Let's go.
From snubs to the rockets, for the love of the chopsticks. Ran up from the plug and I pop shit.
To this
with
day.
immeasurable odds. Some of
To
you
this
niggas
day.
found pleasure in God. Measuring rod and treasure their jobs. Athletic build, moving with purpose. Tapped in the magnetic fields, moving with serpents. To my brokers, a stroker, Al Roker. Couldn't predict the storms that followed, the porn that followed. Same a tree that formed for Rollo. We made it rain and we burnt muddy. Bentley truck, interior burnt honey.
Anyway,
I take respect over riches any day.
Hey.
I take neck from
To
the
this
riches
day.
any day, penny weight.
To this
That's a
day.
neck full of riches any straight.
To this
Shifting
day.
through paradigms, the color
this
of
day.
Gucci Dan. Drifting through the Carolines, Gullah in the Geechee land. Time will tell. We move around in 33rd parallels, like Coney Island carousels. Fell asleep in Roswell, woke up in Cozumel. Pyramid hopping, chariot shopping. #1 seller, author of conscious fiction. Composition, confidence dripping. Continent drifting, a walking contradiction with a contradiction. Brooms and mops, Mr. Clean, we conquered the kitchen. Facts in a fiction, contrary to popular predictions. Red pill, popping your prescriptions, stopping your addictions. Yeah, bitch, I'm with the hoes. Black magic, yeah, bitch, I'm with the Zoes. Anything goes, cooking in Brooklyn.
To this day.
Cocaine to push. New strains in
day.
the kush, we call that Hussein in the bush. We from distant lands, our DNA, different strands, different strains. Same planet, but different planes. Citizen Kane, Rosebud, they wanna get us in chains. Rosewood, the safety, stay off position, K off position. Never took the day off in kitchens, way off we pitching. These bitches out here fighting for Fashion Nova, crashing rovers,
To this
over
day.
3 times, pre-crime.
To this
Retired
day.
from your heyday, on layaway like Takashi and Treyway. Hopping with the AK, the war is on double consciousness. The devil's competence and accomplishments. When rhetoric turns into reason, then predicates turn into heathens. And the wolves in Connecticut is seasoned. Soon after disease would follow. I'm the same nigga that the D's would follow. Marlowe, my fam goon moving trees like Rollo. Before they seized the Gallardo, went from Pablo, hopping out Diablos, designer robes, dark side of the moon like the China probes. Believe it or not, my mind is all Wrigley's. Believe it or not, my mind on the big leagues. Ice Cube with the big 3, vine in the fig tree, man on the big B's, moving back in time like the Frisbees.
Bang, bang, bang. There you have it, family. That is Bill Bixby. That is Bill Bixby. I don't even know what album that's on. You know what I'm talking about? That's a throwaway right there. That's a throwback. Shout out to all of the family in the building. I might put that on the deluxe. Who knows? But yeah, welcome to another episode of Third Eye Thursday. You are now rocking with the best. Yes, this is one half of the Twin Pillars, your brother, the Red Pillar, in the building, reporting live and direct. What's happening? Let's do this roll call thing. Let's get this thing popping, and then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna chop it up. You know what I mean? We're gonna chop it up tonight. We're gonna do open lines tonight. Bringing that back because there's a lot of things that people want to talk about. I'm gonna kick my shit. I'm gonna talk my talk. And I'm gonna let the family voice, you know, how they feeling and whatnot. Right. You know, we a few days away from 9/11 and things of that nature. There's a lot of tension in the air. You know, Joe Biden is up to his whole activities and things of that nature. And there's a lot of other things going on. So we're gonna talk that talk, but let's do the shout out. All right. First of all, we got Uganda in the building. Let's start it off right. You know what I'm talking about? Uganda is up in this thing, my niggas. You know what I'm saying? Feel me. Like, talk black to me. We got Uganda up in here. Missouri is up in here. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. You said that song is riding? Yeah, it definitely is. I appreciate that. Matrix 4, let's go. Yeah, let's definitely go. Shout out to the Blue Pillar. Let's definitely go. All right. Princeton, New Jersey, Houston in the building, Georgia in the building, Atlanta in the building. Yeah. Aurora, Colorado in the building. You know what I'm talking about? Florida in the building. North Kakalaka, East Cleveland. Detroit is up in this thing. Crenshaw is up in this thing. BX is up in this thing. Sacktown is up in this thing. The Bush is up in this thing. Vegas is up in this thing. Denver is here. Here I'm talking about. Denver is here. Milwaukee, Newark, Nigeria. The BX niggas. Zulus is here. Seminole, Florida is in here. NYC is in here. Dallas, BX again. PA is up in this thing. Yeah. Yeah. Athletics is up in this thing. Shout out to the God Athletics with the Zulu drip. You know what I'm talking about? Go to athletics.com for that Zulu drip. You know what I mean? And no bambada. That Zulu drip, you know. That warrior drip. Where it go? There it go. There go the patch. Yeah. You know what I mean? Be More, Strong Island, Texas A&M, Louisville, Houston, Dallas. Yeah, we deep up in here. You know what I mean? Bermuda. It's a global affair. Talk black to me. We here. All right. Strong Island. Strong Island. What's happening, Strong Island? Guess what I've been doing? I've been binging on the Wu-Tang series. Why y'all niggas didn't tell me about the Wu-Tang series before, man? I missed out a whole season. I've been doing season 1. I ain't even get to season 2. I was binging on it. And the Wu-Tang series on Hulu, that shit is worth a Hulu subscription. I gave them, I said, take this $6. Let's get this let's get this you know what I mean? Let's get this Wu-Tang thing popping. That shit is fire. That Wu-Tang shit is fire, bro. I like what I'm seeing. I'm only like 6 episodes in. I like what I'm seeing. I didn't know the Ghostface killer was a pedo, but that's a whole nother story. You know what I'm talking about? But yo, I like what I'm seeing. I like it's a period piece, meaning that it takes you a little bit back in time, and they executed it. Not the best that I've ever seen. I'm not gonna go all the way and say that, but they definitely have been able to nail a period piece. They're giving me nostalgia vibes. It's giving me nostalgia. That's what it's giving me. It's not real. It don't really feel like the 80s, the late 80s, but I get it. You know what I mean? They selling blue and red tops. You know what I mean? I like the character development. I didn't even know the backstory to some of the Wu-Tang members. I'm anxious to see how the hell did Raekwon and Ghostface get together. Them niggas had beef. They had beef. You know? They had beef. I'm not gonna be. I don't want to do the spoiler alert, but fuck it. You know what I'm talking about. You know, this is commentary. We're gonna have to comment. We have to commentate on what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? Like this nigga shot up his mama's house. Raekwon shot up Ghostface. Why didn't they rhyme about that in all of these albums they made together? That shit would have went double platinum. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if they said that in their rhymes, but this nigga shot his mama's house up, and then Ghostface robbed his parents. Is this shit real? I mean, are they sticking to the story or are they bending the truth? Let me know. Who's from fucking Shaolin? You know what I'm talking about? Brothers, you said brothers beef? Man, that's bigger than brothers beef. That's body beef. You shoot at my family, I need a body. You know what I mean? Like, we're not going to the, you know what I'm talking about? What are you talking about? This is YouTube, so I can't even talk that talk. I have to, you know. I mean, if you shoot at my mama's house, what are we talking about? There's nothing to talk about. There's nothing to talk about. And I had he had his 2 brothers in there, and they like special needs and whatnot. Yeah, nigga, that's Angus beef. That's Angus beef. We can't. I don't know how you could squash that. How did they squash that in the studio? The mic is squeaking a little bit. Yeah, I know. It's feeling itself right now. I don't know what's going on. The mic is feeling itself. Let's tweak this shit. You all right, microphone? You okay, Mikey? Huh? You all right, Mikey? Does it sound good?
To this day.
Sound effects good?
To this day.
I might need a louder bomb. So for anybody that's looking for some quality television, the Wu-Tang series on Hulu, you got it from your brother Red Pill. I'm recommending that. You know what I'm talking about? I'm recommending that. You know, check that out. Watch that with the wifey. You know what I'm talking about? You could even watch that with the little ones. There's a little bit of smashing and whatnot. You might have to cover their eyes. You know, it was heavy on the sex scenes. I was watching it with wifey. I was like, damn, they're a little, you know, they're doing a lot of smashing, but it's okay. You know what I'm talking about? This is Wu-Tang. And you know, I wouldn't want to see a Trick Daddy documentary or Hulu show. That'll be atrocious. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's, you know, anyway. But how does anyone have time for TV? You are absolutely correct, Professor C. TV, I mean, to watch TV, I gotta do, you know, I have to allocate time. You know what I mean? I have to allocate time. You know, it's almost like going on a date. You know what I'm talking about? Because I don't have time for TV like that. But, you know, sometimes you just have to allocate some times to, like, you know, sit down and watch. You know what I mean? I can't be on a computer. I can't have my nose in the books forever. You know what I mean? Sometimes, you know, you just got to have a little Hulu and chill, shit like that. You know what I'm talking about? Disney Plus and chill. You know what I mean? And I'm a serial binger. You know what I mean? If I see something and I like it and it's a series, my nigga, I'm binging. You know what I mean? I'm Benjamin Button. So I'm gonna binge on it. I like to binge on shit because, to be honest with you, the 2-hour movies, like, imagine if they try to tell the Wu-Tang story in 2 hours, they would miss so much. I like docuseries, and I like these quote unquote series where they're able to break shit down and they're giving you 5 and 4 seasons. I'm into shit like that, you know? So I find time. The SEC is going crazy with the crypto. They hating. Yeah, don't be alarmed. You know what I mean? Don't be alarmed. Don't worry about that. That too shall pass. You know what I'm talking about? That too shall pass. You hugged. Yo, I be hugging. I was on YouTube. The month of August. I was a YouTuber. Like, I was a YouTubian ass nigga for real. I was hugging the tube hard body. You know what I mean? And then I had to get off that shit because it was becoming depressing. You know what I'm talking about? It was becoming depressing. Red Pill Breakdown 9/11. Oh, nah, we've been doing that for like 3 weeks. Where you been? That's the whole When in Rome series. Check that out. You know what I'm talking about? And we got a whole lecture. You know what I mean? $33. Hit me on the Cash App. You know what I mean? Like, we dealt with that. We kind of dealt with that. You know? We kind of dealt with that. But in you know, in prophetic fashion, you know, you can't, you know what I mean? As much as you try to wiggle away from prophecy, it always pops up. In prophetic fashion, these niggas dropped the trailer for the motherfucking Matrix 4 today. How about that? You know what I'm talking about? They go ahead and drop the trailer for the Matrix 4, right? Red and the blue. You know what I mean? They bringing that red and the blue pill shit back to the forefront. You know what I'm talking about? You know, I'm gonna play the trailer. We're gonna have a reaction. You know what I mean? We'll have a watch party. We'll have a live reaction to the trailer. You know, as a collective, I'm gonna withhold my how I feel about it until we watch it. You know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna withhold how I feel about the trailer until we watch it. You know what I mean? I'll share my sentiments during then. You know what I'm talking about? Fuck it. Fuck it. This shit is trash. But we'll see together why I say that. You know what I mean? We'll see together why I say that. It's hot trash. Because I say that if you go into my archives and you put Sophia Stewart KTL, you'll see that we did a Clubhouse with her when niggas was really doing Clubhouse, like December of this, you know, back in the days, December 2020. I don't even know why anybody does Clubhouse anymore, but anyway, she was there and she was lighting that shit up. You know what I'm talking about? She lit that shit up. She was going in and she gave us the game and she told us what it is that we needed to know. And she also told us what the fuck Matrix 4 was going to be about. You know what I mean? And somebody sent me the script. I got the script. Shit is hot trash. You know? Shit is hot trash. So I'm glad that everybody else gets to see it. I'm glad that everybody else gets to see it. You know? Yeah, these niggas casted John Wick instead of Neo. I don't know what's going on. Like, I'm really trying to figure this shit out. They fucking John Wick showed up. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, I don't even want to keep you waiting. Let's venture forth. Let's venture forth. Let's go into Instagram and check this out. Some of y'all don't have TV, y'all don't watch TV, y'all don't have time. I get it. That's why I'm here. I'm gonna help you with your entertainment. Okay. Let me know if you can hear it. Can you?
Seem particularly triggered right now. Can you tell me what happened?
Doogie fucking Howser. Look, that's John Wick and that's Doogie Howser. Neil fucking Patrick, my niggas. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? You said that it's low? Oh, really? It's loud as hell in my earphones. Very low? Oh, is that right? Let me see something. Okay, let me see. Let me share the audio. Share screen. Boom. My bad. There we go. Thank you, audience. Let's bring it back. Doogie fucking Howser and John Wick are showing up for the Matrix trailer. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Thomas, you seem particularly triggered right now. Can you tell me what happened?
No Lawrence. No Lawrence Fishburne.
Am I crazy? We don't use that word in here.
It's fucking John Wick, bro. What are we doing?
One pill makes you larger and one pill makes you small. And the ones that mother gives you.
Am I gonna get flagged for this?
Don't do anything at all. Go ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall.
Time to fly.
Wow.
Chasing rabbits.
If you want the truth, Neo,
We did this already.
you have to follow me.
Is this a fucking reboot?
The only thing that matters to you is still here. I know it's why you're still fighting and why you will never give up.
Okay, is this a fucking reboot or is this Matrix 4? Are we 4 movies beyond the shit that came out in 1999? So why are we repeating the scenes of the first fucking movie in 2020, 20 something years later? And they didn't even give us Lawrence Fishburne. They gave us this nigga right here from Candyman.
You don't know me. No?
Keep in mind, 1999, when it came out, the special effects, you know, it's some young people in the audience. You niggas was not even born when 9/11 happened. So I'm considerate of that, right? When it came out, right? Young people, it was, the graphics were like cutting edge. You know what I'm talking about? It redefined how graphics were done. So we're in 2021, right? Where's the fucking graphics at? This is regular green screen shit. Like, what the fuck is going on? No.
After all these years, to be going back to where it all started. Back to the Matrix.
Bang, 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 bang.
Down the Marco.
Nah. Not jacking that. Nah. I'm good. That shit is coming on HBO Max. I will be watching it on HBO Max. These niggas are not getting me for my Fandango. Fandango is not gonna finesse me for $20 fucking dollars. You know what I'm talking about? I don't think so. So let me just update the family who may not be familiar with Sophia Stewart's case, her history, and her fingerprints on the Matrix franchise. There is a melanated woman by the name of Mama Sophia, okay? Mama Sophia, aka Sophia's Wisdom. Mama Sophia Stewart, right? She's been a guest on Know the Ledge Radio numerous times back in the days. You could Google that, right? She has a excellent commentary, right? She gives excellent, she's like the oracle when she speaks. So she was in court, right? She is the author, right? It's not a speculation, my niggas. She is the author of the Terminator and the motherfucking Matrix, right? The Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, the first one. I don't know about these remakes. Henceforth, why when they spin the movies off and they create these part 4s and 5s, the shit is so far away from the classic, which is usually the initial offering, that you be like, who wrote this shit? Well, it wasn't Sophia, okay? So she basically beat him in court. As a result of beating them in court, there are certain things that they cannot include into their sequels. There are certain things that they cannot include into their movies and whatnot. Henceforth, you see this trash that they were trying to fucking sell to the people, right? Matrix 2, 3, and now 4. These renditions of the original. She sued him. She beat him. I don't know if they gave her money or not, but this is what we see. And then the Wachowski brothers, right, are no longer the Wachowski brothers. They're the sisters now. They had a sex change, okay? And everything that they put out other than the Matrix was hot garbage, hot trash. We know this. These niggas don't have fucking talent, okay? And they actually changed their sex to avoid, this is allegedly, I don't have the allegedly button, but this is allegedly, they had to change their sex to avoid the lawsuit, right? Like if somebody is suing Philip Moreland and I turn up and I'm Phyllis Moreland, I'm like, I don't know that nigga. Trans. So they didn't even cut off their peckerwood. They're just putting dresses. They're fucking putting Ann Taylor on and showing up to court like, you know, I'm not liable. But anyway, the movie is hot trash. I'm not paying no money to none of the no Matrix franchise because they robbed a melanated mama. First of all, fuck. This shit will be bootlegged. You know what I'm talking about? I'll go right to Facebook and just type in Matrix and somebody will be watching it live like I watch everything else that I don't want to pay for. You know what I'm talking about? And that's what it's going to be. So they are destined to fail, right? We don't want to give it none of our energy. It's destined. Don't bring the whole family out to AMC, my niggas. Buy the stock. Buy your AMC stock, but don't go to the movies. You know what I'm talking about? Save that $30 fucking each ticket. It'd be like $180 if you're going on a date, my nigga. Go just buy the stock. It's already on Pirate Bay. Ain't the social still the same? Man, you know what? Shit, I don't know. You tell me. You know what I mean? You tell me. It's more y'all in the comment section that got trans friends than me. I don't know. Ask them. Turn to your left and ask them, did they fucking switch up their social when they when they changed up their identity? I have no idea. I have no idea. You know what I'm talking about? I just know that they dodging the lawsuit. I know that they dodging the lawsuit. You know? And I know that the Matrix, that trailer that we all collectively watched was hot trash. It didn't have anything in it that made me say, oh yeah, I gotta go see this. Where's Jada at? Where's Jada? Where the fuck is Lawrence Fishburne? Where is he? Where the fuck is Neo at? Why did we get John Wick? Did they and John Wick is coming out too? How they gonna pull that off? Is Neo in John Wick and John Wick is in Neo? Is this a fucking trans? You know what I mean? Did they swap out, you know what I mean, identities? I don't know what's going on. So whatever it is, you know, we shall see, right? It's coming out on a palindrome day. You know what I mean? We shall see. They trying to be deep and shit. You know? I saw, there's Aaliyah scenes in the movie. I actually saw that. Somebody put up the scenes of Aaliyah in the Matrix. Did y'all see that? Did y'all ever see that? There's scenes, hold on, let me Google that. There's scenes of Aaliyah in the Matrix. She actually shot the scenes. Matrix. But because she had an untimely demise, they had cut that. They cut it out. But yeah, she's in there, my friends. Let me show you. I shit you not. You know? Aaliyah is in the Matrix. She was Homeboy's, the nigga from Oz. She was his wardy. You know what I'm talking about? There she go. Her name was Z. There my baby go. You know what I'm talking about? There she go. Yeah, I bet you didn't know that part. Yeah, they had Aaliyah in the Matrix, bro. Man, oh man. That'd have been something else, right? That's your baby? Well, shit. I hope you into Sharon. She's poly, if that's the case. If that's your baby, nigga, she's poly because she's being shared. You know what I'm talking about? So yeah. So yeah, you know, we could go through the news of the day. We could talk about the things that are going on before we open up the line and whatnot. Your boy Joe Biden, you know what I'm saying? He did what he always does. Whole ass shit. That's why his name is Joe Biden. You know what I'm talking about? He did some whole ass shit today. And we'll talk about it. Let's pull it up. He's mandating vaccine for all federal employees, right? That's a lot of people's mamas and whatnot. And that's 100 million Americans, right? And I had told y'all, I was like, that's coming. You know what I'm talking about? I'm like, that's on the way. You feel me? It's only, it's only a matter of time. The mandated shit is on the way. You feel me? They coming for the unvaxxed. You know, they coming for the unsoiled. What was the name? What was the name of the army in Game of Thrones? The ones that had the slaves that turned into soldiers. Well, that's the Sullied, right? They coming for us. So let me just read what had happened in case anybody missed out on it. Okay. And before I even begin reading, you know, the Unsullied. Yeah, they coming for the Unsullied, my niggas. You know what I'm talking about? They coming for the Unsullied. So I don't want to elicit any type of fear. I always have to say that. I have to utilize that disclaimer. You feel me? Because, you know, I'm in front of a microphone talking to hundreds of people. So I don't know if there's somebody out there that works in the federal government, if there's somebody out there that's in the armed forces, if there's somebody out there that works in a company that has more than 100 employees and whatnot, and you're in your feelings right now and you kind of like nervous. So don't let me reading this article make you more nervous. What we're going to do is we're going to troubleshoot. We over here, we try to deal with solutions and whatnot and whatnot. You feel me? But I got to give the news the way that the Associated Press put it out. Right. So here we go. Sweeping new vaccine mandates for 100 million Americans, right? There's your boy. A lot of people voted for him, right? They believed in him, right? They bought into him. The rappers told you to vote for this man. Remember black people said to vote for him. He's the best thing. He was going to be the solution. He's talking greasy. Hold on. This nigga's talking crazy. It's like his patience is wearing thin. He hit niggas with the old white people shit. My patience is wearing thin. You know, my patience is wearing thin. Yeah, I'm turning it up. Let's be patient. My patience is wearing thin.
My message to unvaccinated Americans is this.
He's talking greasy to you niggas.
What more is there to wait for? What more do you need to see?
What more? Hold on.
Vaccinations free.
Wait. What more do you need to see? Let me guess. Maybe every day I get a fucking inbox of people that are croaking and whatnot. Maybe every other day somebody slips some information through the fucking sensors and is alarming us about the dangers of people walking around ticking time bombs. We talk about what more you need to see.
Safe and convenient. The vaccine is.
They made it free, safe, and convenient. Does anybody ever remember paying for their fucking polio vaccination or your chicken pox? What are you talking about? What do you mean it is free? All vaccinations are free. What is he talking about?
FDA approval. Over 200 million Americans.
The FDA didn't theoretically approve the vax. Let's be clear.
Have gotten at least one shot. We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin.
Likely to end up in an ICU.
President Joe Biden's new rules mandate that all employers with more than 100 workers require them to be vaccinated or test for the virus weekly. Oh shit, fire everybody till it's 99.
While the vaccines provide strong protection for the vaccinated, we read about and hear about and we see the stories of hospitalized people on their deathbeds among the unvaccinated over the past few weeks. This is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. And it's caused by the fact that despite America having unprecedented and successful vaccination program, despite the fact that for almost 5 months, free vaccines have been available in 80,000 different locations, we still have nearly 80 million Americans who have failed to get the shot. For the vast majority of you who've gotten vaccinated, I understand your anger at those who haven't gotten vaccinated. I understand the anxiety about getting a breakthrough case. But as the science makes clear, if you're fully vaccinated, you're highly protected from severe illness.
Lies.
The unvaccinated overcrowd our hospitals, or overrunning emergency rooms and intensive care units, leaving no room for someone with a heart attack or pancreatitis or cancer.
He's talking greasy.
Time for waiting is over. This is not about freedom or personal choice. It's about protecting yourself and those around you, the people you work with, the people you care about, the people you love.
Gas.
My job as president is to protect all Americans.
Gas. Now, it's niggas that hear shit like that and get petrified. They like, fuck that, I'm gonna get the shot. Uncle Joe is mad. You know what I mean? So the propaganda, right, as it was and as it shall be, is for the unvax to be treated like third class, fourth class. You know what I mean? We're the ones that have we're putting everybody in danger. Our healthy asses is putting everybody in danger. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? We fucking shit up. We out here mutating shit. We creating deltas, betas, gamma ray, virus. All of this stuff is coming from, you know, people with good fucking health. Okay, that's what's being told to us. Right? So not only now, keep in mind the Democratic talking heads, the niggas, you know, black people who are always minding their business, sticking their fucking nose into white people's business. They've been kind of quiet, right? Now they finna turn up. You know what I'm talking about? Now they finna turn up. That's all they needed was for Joe Biden to say some shit. Now they finna turn up. Today I posted this article. The WHO chief urges a halt to COVID booster shots, right? They're concerned about people who haven't received their first vaccinations. No, that's not why they said to hold that shit. You know what I'm talking about? For now, we do not want to see widespread use of boosters for healthy people who are fully vaccinated, right? So what's taking place with the quote unquote, hold on, here we go. United Airlines, one of the first large businesses to require employees to be vaccinated against the coronavirus, said Wednesday it would impose strict limits even on workers who are granted exemptions from the rule, right? Since they announced that they would be required for employees last month, more than half of their unvaccinated employees have gotten their shots. Employees who do not get vaccinated by September 27th risk termination or unpaid leave, right? Then your boy, right, Howard fucking Stern was on the radio clowning all of the anti-vax radio hosts, the conservative ones that died. I think it's like 4 of them niggas. So he was calling them imbeciles. He was like, look, fuck them, fuck their freedom. I want my freedom to live. I want to go out the house. I want to go next door and play chess. I want to go and take some pictures. This is horseshit, right? This is the Howard Stern, you know, this is how they talk. This is what he's known for. He's a shock jock, so he's going to talk greasy and whatnot. So what he's doing is he's rebel rousing, right? He's telling the quote unquote truck drivers, you know, the people, the white walkers, the Europeans who, you know, listen to Howard Stern, the despicable me's and whatnot, the people who, you know, eat horse shit. He's giving them, he's deputizing them and giving them, they're gonna live vicariously, you know, he's gonna live vicariously through them. They're gonna spread his message. You feel me? They're gonna spread his message. So by him standing on his soapbox or his bully pulpit and start talking greasy to the unvaccinated, that's giving the green lights to his audience and whatnot. And then with Joe Biden backing him up later on that day, saying what he says, all I would say to the fam that's out there, my best advice to the family that's out there is to buckle up, my niggas, and don't take anything personal. Don't take any personal. You already know people are going to be in their feelings. You already know the people are being programmed. You already know when it comes to the Delta, I already broke that down. That's you know, on the brainwave chart, Delta is sleepwalking. Okay. Delta is brain dead. Delta is in a zombie state. So the people, it seems, and I may be off for, I don't know, I might have missed the target, but what I'm looking at in society is the fact that the people are now, you know, collectively, this is groupthink, this is an egregor, right? This is the mob rule and whatnot. Collectively, the people are moving on a zombie frequency, hard body. They're not thinking, they're not utilizing their quote unquote subconscious. They're not even utilizing, you know, they're not utilizing logic. They're not doing none of that. They're going off of emo. These niggas is emo. They're going off of emotions and whatnot. And they're going off of fear. And they're going off of what I said before, the way that European, African-American, and especially people who got green cards and visas and whatnot, American citizens, they have, especially the ones who have assimilated into Americana or American culture. This culture is about the individual. This culture is about the individual. This culture don't move like how Russia and Asia, communist countries, move. This shit moves about me, 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 me. It's the individual. I. Okay. So they're looking at individuals who decide that they're going to, they're going to govern their own temple and they're going to be in control of their own fate. They're like, nah, you can't do that. You can't do that. Fuck that. Can't do that. This is a demonocracy. You know what I'm talking about? Mob rules. You feel me? If Joe Biden said you got to get the shot, nigga, we're going to make sure you get it. So once again, the conversation has to be had, right? I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to put some of these things up here because I'm getting mad inboxes already on Instagram, right? And I would say this. Over in January, this was the first lecture. No, this was the first lecture that I did, right? Stream Chasers Presents. This was in October, right? No, we did this one. We did Strive, How to Strive and Thrive in 2021. Right? That was January the 21st. Stream Chasers, right? We gave you multiple solutions. Then we did another one, how to strive and thrive. Right? No, I think, is that the second one? Yeah, that's the same one, right? And then we gave you this one, right? Yeah, look at your boy, kind of sharp there. In February, Strive and Thrive 21, we gave you 100 streams on this workshop. 100 streams, 100 income streams, right? No cap. 100. I might have went over 100. 100 income streams. I got people that hit me on my email and on my inbox to this day. And they like, to this day, Brother Red, Hotep, brother. Salute, my friend. I went ahead and I applied some of that information that you were laying out, good brother. And I'm here to let you know, man, me and my wife, man, shit, we're doing so good in life, man. We done opened up 3 businesses. We got LLCs and shit, bro. Like, man, you don't understand, man. And your brother KT, they get into the whole family bloodline. But anyway, we laid it out in the workshop, right? I gave you 2 workshops, okay? And I'm not saying it on some braggadocio. I'm just laying out that, the family might not be familiar with what we do or what we've done, or you may have forgot so much shit going on and whatnot. And then we gave you the digital workshop. We gave you dApps and DAOs, non-fungible tokens, virtual and augmented reality, blockchain, cryptocurrency, decentralization, and DeFi. This right here was my biggest lecture this year, right? This is the biggest one. I think it was 200 plus people in the building. This shit was huge, right? We gave you this one. You feel me? So we are doing our due diligence, right? We're doing the due diligence to prepare the family for the inevitable or for whatever comes, so you don't get, caught out there and whatnot. You feel me? So if anybody is interested in getting any one of those video on demands or those offerings or those workshops, you need to hit me on an email. I'm feeling generous. I'm on my Derek Gray shit. I'm feeling generous for like 8 hours. No, 12. Fuck it. I'm feeling generous for the next 12 hours. You know what I'm talking about? But that's going to change once the motherfucking sun comes up. I'm feeling generous for 12 hours. You know what I mean? Hit me on my email. We'll see. We'll take care of you. We do bundles and all of that. I'm doing bundles, my nigga. Like, I ain't talking about weaves either. I'm doing bundle packs. But please understand, the information is timeless. It's not old. It's right there for you. So if you may have to make the executive decision to cut off the job that may have been keeping you afloat, or if you may have to make the executive decision to get up and go, right? Shit get real, and you be like, fuck that, I got to get up out this state and whatnot. Then you may have the opportunity. I'm giving opportunities. I'm giving information and whatnot. You don't got to scour the internet, you know, and I'm not breaking nobody's pockets. I'm here to help. So tap in and let's you know, let's handle this business and whatnot, because at the end of the day, bro, shit is getting real, and it's only gonna get realer. You feel me? We'll be all right. We'll get, you know, this is a test of the emergency broadcasting system. This is a test. They're testing your jaw. They're testing your faith. This is the matrix upgrading itself. It's called a great reset. What's the email? It's right under my chin. redpillar75@proton.com. protonmail.com, my friends. The information is right there. If anybody in the audience is part of my Stream Chasers and KTL family, please put a fire emoji if y'all was in attendance and you and that information was beneficial to you and yours. You know what I'm talking about? This is about results and shit. You know? This is about results. You feel me? At the end of the day, to this day. So, you know, the information, right, that you could begin to utilize is going to put you in a better place, is going to give you more options. What creates stress and anxiety? The lack of options. What creates motherfuckers folding their hands and just giving in? The lack of options. You don't have nowhere to go. You don't have options. When you got options, you could talk shit. When you got options, you'll be like, I'll get back to you. But when you don't got options, you like, you know what? Just here, take my arm. Okay. How much for the DOA and the DAPS lecture? Well, that was $100 initially. It's $99.99 today. I'm feeling generous. Now I'm just playing. I'm doing that shit half off. You know what I'm talking about? Like I said, for the next 12 hours, it's a fire sale. I'm doing $100. I'm doing it half off. Niggas, $49.99. Okay. For the workshop, for the one in the DAPS and the DAO. But like I said, I'm doing bundles. So if you want to get you a bundle, you know what I mean? Get you a bundle. Get a bundle. Get the lecture. Book yourself a fucking what do they call that? A community center. You feel me? And play that shit on the motherfucking projector with a room full of people. It's you know, I'm not out here potty mouth and whatnot, so the family could watch it. Bring your friends and your family and your neighborhood or your hood or your gang, whatever you, whoever your community or your network is, and do that. Get them on board. Take out a motherfucking tablet, take out a pen and a pad, take all of that information that I'm sharing and do your motherfucking due diligence. Hit the ground running, my fams. You know what I'm talking about? Hit the ground running. Because they're, at the end of the day, what else are we going to do? I'm tired of sitting around and waiting. Like I said, and I've even said this before. Where I'm at, the state where I'm staying right now, there's really nothing going on. So I'm actively looking to see where am I going. I already talked to the family, you know what I mean? I already had to sit down with the wifey. You know, I'm ready to get up and move. I'm ready to get up and go, to the point that if mine has to go to Africa, you know what I mean? I'm ready to make that move. You know what I'm saying? That's how serious I am about getting up out of here. You know what I mean? That's how serious I am about being somewhere where I don't have to deal with the motherfucking stress of somebody telling me I can't go into a restaurant, or I can't go into some type of establishment if I need to go up in that bitch, or I can't get on a plane and all of this dumb shit. I'm not trying to hear that, bro. I'm not trying to live like that. I don't even want that to be my reality, bro. I'm trying my best to get the furthest away from these motherfucking zombies as I can, because to be honest with you, I could feel it's almost like it's clouding my vision, being around people whose visions are dimming by the day. They can't see the forest for the trees. And it was already bad in these streets. You know what I'm talking about? It was already bad. So We need to unplug from this matrix. We need to stop. And I you know, we need to take things a little more serious. You know, I tap into a lot of channels on YouTube. 5% of the channels are talking about real solutions and they're dealing with the issues at hand. Everybody else got their thumb up their ass. You know what I'm talking about? Dealing with all kind of toxicity. Yeah, I was just in Texas. I'm really feeling Texas. I'm really feeling Texas. You know what I'm talking about? I like Texas. I shit you not. I like Texas. You know, it's a little too much barbecue for me, but I like Texas. You know what I'm talking about? And I know that if, and this is a spiritual thing, it's not even a social thing. Like my spirit is like, nigga, you got to go somewhere. My spirit is like, I can't sit still. My spirit keeps me up at night, not on some worrying shit, just like heavy meditation, trying to figure out the next move. My spirit is saying, yo, there's a big move around the corner. You're going to make a life choice that's going to shift everything. The same way that when I was in Miami in 2005, my spirit was saying, this ain't it, nigga. And I told you I was living in a design district in a mini mansion. Shit that niggas will kill for right now to be in. I had a whole balcony. I used to be on a balcony with my robe on talking shit. There was no social media, so I couldn't really floss like that. But it was a dream come true. I was living my life. And my spirit was like, this is not it, fam. You have more to do. And I wound it up in fucking Harlem, 125th Street, next to Sinetta and Jack Felder and Dr. Felder, rest in peace, and Brother Sutek doing community service. Doing community service for damn near a decade and change. Because like I said, and I tell people before, that wasn't a paid gig, my nigga. I didn't go out there to get, nobody paid me to be out there. Nobody was fucking greasing my palms. I was out there selling fucking t-shirts and doing videos on my lunch break. You know what I mean? That wasn't like being on South Beach. You know what I'm talking about? Getting a motherfucking massage, nigga. You know what I mean? And sipping and that wet willy sipping on the fucking call a cab, nigga. That was a stark contrast from where I was at to where I wound it up. But when I got there, the spirit that had me up all night was like, okay, this might be the best place. And to be honest with you, it was really the mother of my son that solidified it for me. You know what I mean? When I locked in with her, I was like, I ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm talking about? And then she got pregnant and it was a fucking wrap. You know what I mean? And I was committed to being there for my little man who started high school today. My son is 13, my niggas. He started high school. I'm fucking, you know, I'm not nervous about that, but it's, you know, I'm a parent. So there's a lot of thoughts going on in my head because I know what I was on when I was 13, you know. But, you know, it is what it is. These children these days is different. You know what I mean? They didn't have to. They don't go through what we was going. They're not going through the same shit. You know, I was in the Wu-Tang era. If you go and watch the fucking Wu-Tang series, nigga, when we was 13 and 90 in the 90s, or what was I? Yeah, like it was 1990s. Yeah, early 90s. Like shit was different. Shit was different. These children are a little entitled. You know what I mean? They got shit good. They're not struggling. Don't let no little nigga tell you that they're struggling. They're lying. You know what I'm talking about? Unless the parents are really not on their job. You know? They way different. I couldn't even talk slick to my pops, yo. He would knock he would knock my block off. These little niggas be talking slick out of the side of their necks. You know what I'm talking about? Are you serious? These children different. You know? So, but yeah, like that same spirit, that same voice, that same you know, rumbling and whatnot is keeping me up late at night. It's having me with anxiety because I don't know where the next move is. I'm really not 100% sold on that shit. And I'm traveling to different places and I'm trying to fill it out. And I'm like, this ain't it. This ain't it. You know what I'm talking about? It has to be somewhere else. This call, where what's calling me? Like, where the fuck is calling me? I don't know. You know? But I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure this shit out. And when I figure it out, I'll let y'all know. You know? They have real freedom, bikes and sports. Yeah, you know. Shit different, you know, the playing field is different. The board has been reshuffled, the cards are reshuffled. You know, come to Katy, Texas. Nah, I'm good. Shit going down in Katy, Texas. I'm kind of good on that. You know what I'm talking about? I am not in New York. Somebody said get out of New York. My nigga, I've been out of New York. Let's not even. They have free access to porn. Now that's different. Yeah, I mean, shit, we have free access too. Who you talking about? Where was you at? You know what I mean? We have free access. They just got it on their phones. You know. You know. Somebody said Africa is just as messed up. I know, like, I'm not 100% sold on Africa. No offense to my niggas in Ghana. Shout out to all of my Africans out there doing what they do, you know. But I'm not 100% sold. Not yet. Not yet. You said make a smart city. True. Come to Kenya. Right. Right. What are my views on Detroit? When I went to Detroit, it was lit. I love Detroit. I went for the STEAM conference back in 2016. When I went to Detroit, I went there with expectations and it exceeded the expectations. I saw some shit. I saw the dark side of Detroit later that day. But when they initially brought us there, they brought us into an enclave of some black entrepreneurs, young black entrepreneurs who had a strip. They had a food shop. They had a antique shop. The shit was beautiful to me, bro. I loved the energy in Detroit. Real talk. North Carolina, I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna hold you. That's been calling me. You know, that's been calling me. The Carolinas have been calling my name. I will not. I shit you not. The Carolinas have been calling my name. You seen Ghana wilding on each other in the name of Pop Smoke? What that mean? They drilling? Biden said that he want to V the world, the Jabberwocky for the world. They gonna try. They are gonna try. You know, they're gonna try. And East Africa is it? I'm definitely gonna visit the continent. Don't get it fucked up. Like remember, we was supposed to be in the Congo for 2020, right? We already had got booked when we went to the UK. We was with the Queen Diambi of the Congo, a real queen. Like she showed me in her phone, mad kings. She was going through her pictures. I didn't know it was that many fucking kings. I did not know that there was that many kings on the continent. You know, niggas in America is just like, they just be calling themselves kings and whatnot. So I was like, I'm just thinking everybody in Africa is just, yeah, I'm a king. I'm a king. You know, we got the king of the South and shit like that. I thought that's how they was rolling. No, they got real kings. Yeah, these niggas wearing leopards and everything. You know what I'm talking about? So we was already booked to be in the motherland. This was in 2019, pre-corona, my niggas, pre-corona. You know, we didn't know this was coming, you know, and it messed up all of our plans. So I'm definitely coming to pull up on the continent. I might just do a 3-month, 4-month tour, you know what I mean, and just move around that thingamajang. Ghana got a drill scene and multiple homicides. Yeah. Nigga, Australia got homicides. Ireland, right? Nigeria got a drill scene. You know what I mean? Drill is infectious. It's an egregore, right? It's an egregore. It's an imported egregore, the same way that we imported gangster rap. They have Bloods and Crips on the continent, shit like that. You know what I mean? This is just an iteration of a demonic egregore that slipped out of our latest lower self-offering that we export around the world. And guess who exports it willingly? The labels, the small hats, the people who benefit off of chaos. You know what I mean? The chaos magicians. Yeah, they spread that shit. I didn't say that Ghana wasn't a peaceful place. I didn't say that it probably is very peaceful. I got people out there. Was it Rashad McCory? That's my guy. You know? That's my guy. He's out there. You know? Ghana just took in a bunch of Arabs from Afghanistan. They rolling out the carpet for the Afghanistans. You know what I'm talking about? They rolling out the carpets. You know? It's called Kumerica. I'm going to look that up. You know? Montreal, Canada, the shootings are rising like crazy. The African migrants are drilling in Australia. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't make this shit up. Like, I'm not making this up. Austin, Texas. I met a sister from Austin, Texas. She sold me an edible when I was in Houston. I like Austin. You know, that's becoming the white boy tech hub. You know what I mean? South by Southwest. San Antonio, I was told, is beautiful. Beautiful. You know what I mean? My daughter's mother, she was out there. She told me it was beautiful. You know, I want to have that conversation too in a minute. I'm gonna bring that up, but not just yet. I'm gonna have this conversation with the family conversation, you know. But anyway, yeah, I would prefer to go somewhere where the blickies are legal. You know what I'm talking about? Where the blickies are legal. You know, Puerto Rico is a tax haven for crypto investors. Oh, tell me more. Tell me more. I could bring my wallets with me. Parabolic wallets. Tell me more. You know? Canadian rappers. I mean, I seen in Toronto the body count was rising up and T-Dot and whatnot. They was out there drilling and whatnot. Then you niggas gave us Tory Lanez. Look how he acts. If that's any indication on how niggas in Toronto acts, I don't even want to visit there. You know what I'm talking about? Texas is easy access to Mexico. Yeah, I could go and get my BDL, right? Go right across the border. You know? Bronx drill is out of pocket now. Yeah, I know, man. I'm not feeling that. The fuck? Not feeling that. And the Bronx drill is a bunch of young niggas too. I'm not feeling that. You know? That's why I had to put my little man in private school. You know, can't have him. I can't have him with the ratchets. You know what I mean? We're not doing that. You know what I mean? I'm not throwing him to the wolves. Not doing that. He's in the Bronx. They out there wilding. Puerto Rico is your next stop. You've been doing your tax research on everything down there. Oh, Idris, what up, my guy? Drizzy. Yeah, you need to hit me up, Idris. Holla at your peoples. You know? Could we just get a compound? Could niggas put their crypto together? Could we get a compound? You know what I mean? Could we get like a creator compound? Could we get like, I want to move into like a 5-bedroom incubator or an accelerator where everybody's a creative and we about that bread, digital nomad type shit. Everybody's grinding and whatnot. I can't be around nobody that's not on their super duper. You got to be on your earn your leisure type of game. Like niggas got to be day traders, night traders. You know what I'm talking about? You know, you got to be making Seymour soap, shit like that. Like we need something like that. We need a community to mimic Black Wall Street. You know what I'm talking about? Where everybody is skillful and talented and getting busy. We're not worrying about what we don't have. We're not worrying about nothing. You know what I mean? Because we know that we could create everything that we need. Like I said, and I'm not going to be talking ahead of myself because I had just got an inbox from a sister who's very spiritual, who I respect her spiritual advice. And she told me to finish the book, niggas. This is the Facts Initiative. She told me finish the books. In the initiative, it has everything that I've been on these microphones talking about. And to be honest with you, the way the whole Biden and the administration is acting, I really need to hurry up and finish that shit. I might have to smash on some shrooms and speed the process up. You know what I mean? Get my brain, the motors in my brain rolling and just get this book out, because the book is gonna work for, it's gonna do the work that you know, because talking on these microphones is cool and everything, but that ain't it. You know, that ain't it. Any sources on EMF protection? Yeah, holler at Blue Pill. He got all of that. He got all of that. Yeah, we need a hub, right? Think about it. And I could speak about the experience because I was there. And I'm not, you know, I've been seeing a lot of people trying to rewrite their history on YouTube and try to place themselves in this community where they know that they don't have no placement. Motherfuckers be placing themselves. But the only reason they do that is because people such as myself, I don't have nothing to say right now. I'm sitting back with the moringa popcorn watching this shit fall to shit. You know what I mean? And I don't have nothing to say because I'm not trying to save nobody. But if anybody want to talk about the conscious community, there's like 4 people that are qualified. Other than that, you can't have, because if you come into the movie 3 hours into the movie, how the fuck do you know about the movie? If niggas showed up on the scene in 2012, 2013, 2015, 2009, you don't have no horse in this race. You know what I'm talking about? You got drafted into the league later on. Like you wasn't here from the beginning. Okay. And to my knowledge, before I came around or before we popped up, there was no conscious community. There was the metaphysical underground. Yes. There was the dark matter think tank. Yes. And there was the Black Power movement and all of that. But it wasn't called a conscious community. So what I'm saying is 125th Street, before I came there, right? This is before I came, even when Malcolm and them was out there. That was a hub for people to come together and to socialize. As a result of them socializing, right, they were able to build things, right? They were able to build things, okay? So as a result of building things, right, they had the weekly classes at the National Black Theater. Gene Arnold, Rise in Power, right? He was able to facilitate that. He just made transition recently. And coincidentally, Africa Bambaataa, right? He played a major role in facilitating a social setting so brothers and sisters could come together and meet and greet, build, sell their merchandise, vend, and do all kind of other things, right? So we don't have that anymore, right? Harlem is not Harlem anymore. The heydays of Harlem to me died 2018. In my heart, in my mind, when niggas started acting real fucking shady, and when we came out on Polite, and when we had to expose them, and when all of those clowns and whatnot try to push back, the community died. In my eyes, it was dead from that day on. You know what I'm talking about? And everything that you may be seeing right now is just it's just fallout. You know what I mean? It's just fallout. It's like it's residue. But it died. You know what I'm saying? Harlem has never been the same since that day. If anybody lives in Harlem and been on 125th Street, let me know. Tell me when it was popping after that. Tell me when it was lit after that. I'll wait. Okay. So it began to falter, right? There's many stars in our community. Don't be a dick rider. There's many stars. It's not just one star. There was many stars. It's just who y'all was riding. Y'all was riding coattails and y'all was sitting on niggas' laps and whatnot. And you said that he was your star. There's many stars in the community. Let's be clear. And then at the end of the day, some people know how to market themselves better than others. So it's niggas out there. It was niggas out here that marketed themselves on social media and other places. But if you was knee deep in the community and you was really into the information and you understood and you were utilizing discernment and you knew who was Fugazi and who wasn't, you understood who the stars were. So let's be clear. Stop that. You know what I'm talking about? Stop that. Anyway, it was stars in the community in 05, before a polite, 07, 08, 09, 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It's just that if, like I said, I always say this before, if you're watching YouTube and you only get to see an hour of somebody's 24 hours, and the only time that you're introduced to characters because you live in Boise, Idaho, is through YouTube platforms, you're not getting the whole fucking experience. You're not getting the whole experience. You're getting piecemealed the experience because you're not on the ground. You're not boots on the ground. You don't know what's going on. You don't know who's who. So you get caught up in a hype, and that's understood. That's understandable and whatnot. But you know, please don't define from your perspective or from your vantage point. You cannot define this community or who's relevant or who puts in work or who's behind the scenes making shit happen based off of what you see from an edited video that comes on YouTube. Remember, they just started letting you go live on YouTube recently. Other than that, it was videos that were being chopped up and edited. You know what I'm talking about? But a lot of niggas been got shut down, got put to sleep, got put them in a shallow grave. They was non-relevant. They were non-relevant. Then other people picked them back up, breathed life into them. You know what I'm talking about? They breathe life into them. That has nothing to, I wash my hands. That don't got shit to do with me. That got shit to do with the dick riders. That got shit to do with the people who wanted to keep the con going and the people who wanted to keep the charlatanism going and whatnot. They are the ones who you niggas need to be looking at, because they resurrected a motherfucking zombie, a mummy out of his fucking sarcophagus because he got buried a long time ago. You feel me? So the same type of social setting that was prevalent in New York City, like I said, even before YouTube and the cameras and the VHSs and all of that, before that, because if you go back into the 60s and whatnot with the soapboxes and shit like that, there was a social setting going on all the way back then. All the way back then. You know what I'm talking about? All the way back then. So when I go to Atlanta, I'm like, where's the community at? Is it at Wadada's? Is it at Tassili's? Like, where do people come together to build, to socialize, right? To exchange ideas and concepts? I attempted to do that with Melanin Mondays in the West End every Monday, right there, 640 Evans. I wanted to restore that type of energy, so I went ahead and did every Monday. I sacrificed Melanin, the format that we got here, where we talking and we building, and it's just me and y'all. I sacrificed that to do a weekly venue where the doors were open to mad people, and then the YouTube, y'all wasn't feeling that. Niggas wasn't showing up for that. They wasn't watching that. They wasn't rating that. You know what I'm talking about? My numbers went in half. That shit dropped in half. But the physical aspect of it was beautiful because people got to come. I seen people get into relationships. You feel me? I seen vendors get their money and whatnot. Where's athletics and whatnot? Where's my guy? Where's my guy? He's in the building. The vendors was eating and whatnot. I was putting new people on stage and introducing them to the world. I had my daughter up there. She was hosting and whatnot. I got her on the stage. You feel me? And got her, you know, acclimated to, you know, feeling comfortable about being on stage, performing in front of people, talking to the people, all of that. Because the aspect of socializing is very important, because you think you know somebody just because you watch them on the video and whatnot, just because you looking at them through your phone. You need to look at a nigga in their eyes. You need to be able to see somebody physically in your presence so you could feel their energy. You need to hear them walk. You need to hear them talk. You need to watch them walk. See if they walk that walk and they talk that talk. So every other week we had guests and whatnot, and we were introducing people. Q Butter came. We had a few people. We brought sisters up there. You know what I mean? We brought the brothers up there because that's what's important. The social aspect, seeing people in the flesh. You know what I mean? Networking and communicating. Some people are socially awkward, and that's nothing against anybody per se, right? That's no indictment against anyone. You could be socially awkward. You could be a quote unquote a recluse and whatnot. You could be inverted. You don't have to be. I'm extroverted. As two twins, I'm the extrovert, and my brother would be considered the introvert. I'm a social butterfly. You know what I mean? I know how to work the motherfucking room. I hit the room. I don't have no problem. I get on the stage. I got stage fright, but I get over that shit. You know? So everybody is not held to the standard to where they have to be social and they have to be in your face or they have to be extroverted, because there's some teachers that they don't like people. You feel me? They don't like people. They don't like being around people. They don't like the energy of being around people. And I can understand that because, you know, I could relate. I could relate to picking up on nervous energy or negative energy or witch and warlock energy. You know what I mean? Bad spirits, because if I step in a place, you know, my spirit is coming in there with me. So I might be smiling and moving around, but my spirit is going to war with all kind of spirits in there, because motherfuckers they have ulterior motives and they on some wicked shit. Energy vampires, you know, motherfuckers who be, you know, hiding their intentions and whatnot, you know, all that shit. All that shit. I don't care where you go. Atlanta, New York, California, you know, it don't matter about the region, but you got to work that shit out. You would never know until you stepped into the building and was like, oh, okay, I be seeing this nigga online, but I'm not feeling him in person. My spirit don't take to them. And that's all good. Maybe your spirit will start talking to you in your sleep, and they'll be sending you emails and signals and be like, this nigga or this chick ain't about nothing that they say. Watch out. And then when you're in a social setting, right, you can hold people accountable for the shit that they don't do or the shit that they're out here doing and whatnot. But when you hiding in the computer and on your phone and you moving around and whatnot, and you know people can't get their hands on you, you wind up doing whatever the fuck you want to do because there's nobody to hold you accountable. So wherever we go, it is imperative that we set up some type of social system. Looking at looking at how things go in these days, the best thing that we could do creatively is to be creatives. Don't waste no fucking time. Have your sipping paint parties. Just do whatever you need to do, but create it. There may be heavy sexual tension in the air. You know, when men and women get together, there's a spark, there's a fucking energy, or some baddies in the building. You know what I mean? You know, that's a charge, that's an energy. Use that as a creative energy. Start painting or something, draw something, my nigga. You know what I mean? Build some fucking Lego blocks. I don't know what to tell you. You know, do some fucking paint on some clothes. Be creative. The best thing that we could do is to create. How do I feel about Jay Morrison? I don't know him. You know, I don't know the brother. You know, my brother had interviewed him, but I don't know him. You know what I mean? My energy don't take to him like that. So I haven't, you know, I don't know him, and I haven't put myself out there to know him. You know, because everybody don't need to be hobnobbing and you know, keep keying and everything, because everybody's not for everybody. Everybody's not for everybody. The work that he's doing in the community, I'm not familiar with his work. You know what I mean? I'm not familiar with his work. Why is Dr. Inky talking reckless? Why do you think? Why do you think? So, you know, it's important, and it's not even coming. It's not indicative on me either, but it's important because we do the roll call in the beginning of the shows. There's a lot of people who live next to each other. There's people in the Carolinas that's mad deep on the show. Detroit is mad deep on the show. Chicago is mad deep on the show. Look at my guy, Chicago Crypto Bully. What was he doing in Chicago? He was doing he was doing earn and burn, right? Earn and burn. You could smoke your trees and you could learn cryptocurrency, right? He was doing it at a secret location because that's how Chicago is. You just can't be throwing your address out there. But he was doing it on a first come, first basis type of thing, right? And I even went out there and linked up with the brother. He brought us out to Chicago in April and whatnot. So I saw the operation. You know what I'm talking about? I saw how he was doing it. So he was in the shy and he was in the hood, my niggas. And what he was doing was he was putting brothers and sisters who could be considered at risk. You know what I mean? And he was hipping them to the crypto, the NFT, the blockchain, stake, yield farming, staking, and all of that shit. He was creating a social circle within his city and whatnot to utilize the information that he had that was worth, that has value, right? And it's more valuable by the day, right? And he was putting people on and whatnot while he earns and burns. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. You don't gotta be talking about deep stuff, metaphysics, and because that's not for everybody. That's not, you got to find out what the people are into. You got to find out where they at and speak. You know, you got to meet the people where they at and you got to speak their language. You feel me? You got to find out where the people at. You got to speak their language. And usually the language of the people is whatever their passion is, right? If they're into some shit and that's what you're into, then you're going to make yourself a connection. You're going to, more than likely, you'll be able to connect with that person because, you know, you're feeding their self-interest. And usually people want to make money, right? But that's a slippery slope because motherfuckers out here, if there's no regulation, if there's no big homies that are looking over, if there's no master teachers that are attached to these teachers, I would say don't trust them. If they don't have nobody to answer to and they dealing with money and whatnot, I don't know. Not in this day and age. Who can you trust? Who can you trust? You know? But there's hit the like button too, y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like button. But there's people who you can trust. There's people who are trustworthy. You know what I mean? There's programs that are out here, right? There are financial programs. There's a proliferation of financial programs that are out here. I'm not going to name all of the financial teachers and the advisors. That's kind of on you, because I don't get paid to promote nobody. Not sitting up here. I'm not a fucking commercial, my niggas. I'm not sitting up here promoting people, but they out there. One of you niggas buy the program and share that with your study group and get to this bread. Get to the day trading, get to the Forex, because it's not a fucking game and it's real, and people is out here killing the game. Dead ass.
To this day.
There's people out here killing the game while people sitting around waiting to see, oh, is it real or not? Yes, nigga, it's real. NFTs are popping. Crypto is popping. It's a sale going on right now, but it's popping. DeFi, decentralized finance, popping. Yield farming, popping. Forex, popping. Options, popping. All of these things. So is it like to get together for 2 hours to get your ones up to increase your income streams? Is that a crime? Like, is that something that people can't do? Then the quote unquote health is a major issue, right? And in our networks, I don't want to say communities, because you know a community is a concept, right? Common unity, community. When I hear community, I think Rosewood. You know, when I hear community, I think Black Wall Street. I think a place that I could put in the Google GPS and go drive to, right? That's the community. When I think community, I'm thinking a physical place. So right now, it's a network. But in the networks, there are people out here who have knowledge of the quote unquote healing modalities, right? There are health practitioners. You got Sabi babies running around. You feel me? You got Sabi babies running around, and you have doulas out here, you know, sisters out here with knowledge of home birth, the doulas and whatnot. You know what I'm talking about? Then you have people who are out here, you know, and I don't like to say healers. You know what I'm saying? I say helpers. I want to, you know, the redefinition of the healer to me is the helper. You know, people are out here helping other people. You know, people are out here helping other people. So there's many reasons for people to get together and to build and to socialize. But this is something that I'm telling you, if anybody is interested in replicating the best parts of what Harlem has to offer, right? Because it's all about a balance. You're going to get the best of some shit. It's balance. It's light and dark. It's left and right. You're going to get a balance, my nigga. So as great as Harlem is, as great as New York is, as great as this quote unquote conscious community may be, there's a balance to it. There's a dark side to it as well. Right? You knew that. You know what I'm talking about? You had to know that. You had to know that. So the best part of this quote unquote community or this network, what the best part of it has to offer, to be honest with you, like I said, if you want to replicate that, and you live in a state, or you live in a city, or you live in a province, or you live in a town or a jurisdiction, and you like, you know, you one of them people that's not scared to go outside, right? You're not scared to go outside, then go outside. Set it up. You know what I'm talking about? Go outside and put something together. You and your team, or just you. Whatever it may be. If you don't have a team, build it and they will come. Learn how to vet these niggas, though. You better have a vetting process. It's not against the law to do background checks on people. You know what I mean? Take the fucking picture of their aura. You know what I'm talking about? Like, do something. You know, get you a spiritual system that you trust. And divine, you have to utilize the divination systems. Get a divination system that you trust, right? Get a diviner that you trust and begin to divine on these motherfuckers. That's the best way to vet these people and to figure out who's who and who's not, because I promise you, I've seen the best of them come and go. I've seen the best of, and to be honest with you, in some situations, you can't tell when a motherfucker's coming. You don't even know that you know, the devil is a fly motherfucker. Or the evils, whatever you want to call it. Shaitan. It's a that nigga dripping. It's a fly motherfucker. And he comes in both genders. I don't know if intuition is enough. You need to, you know, really invest in a divination system. Somebody who you know is a diviner that you fully trust. You know what I mean? And I would get two, the same way that they say get 2 accountants or 2 lawyers. I got lawyers watching lawyers so I don't go broke. Well, shit, you should have diviners watching diviners so you niggas don't get spun for your motherfucking your lunch money, because they out here digging pockets too. You know what I'm talking about? They out here digging pockets and catching motherfucking, they catching wreck as well. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put the thingamajig in the chat. And we're going to go to the open lines. You know what I mean? We're going to go to the open lines. Okay? We're going to bring the family in the building so we could talk about what we need to talk about and chop up some game. Here it goes. I dropped it in the chat. You feel me? Anybody that's coming in, you know, yeah, come on in. Just come on in. Blue Pill says Satan is Christ in a ski mask. You know what I mean? Like, that's what Blue said. And it makes sense. If you niggas believe in the concept of God making everything, and he's the omnipotent, omnipresent, he's, you know, he the big kahuna. Well, who the fuck created the devil then? Nah, the diviners is digging too. You know that. They catching licks. The diviners is catching licks. The spiritualist, spiritual community is out here drilling niggas. They catching licks too. Let's be clear. XRP and Solano. Okay. I hear that shit. I hears that. So this is the link right here. It's in the chat room. If anybody wants to pull up and we having an open line, then you could do that. You know what I mean? Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Yeah, mana is definitely popping. I've been told y'all to get the mana. Mana been popping. You know, Ethereum, of course, Bitcoin, right? XRP, you know, they doing what they do. The Solano is doing what it's doing. Stack your ADA. Definitely. Buy them NFTs before the world gets hip. Hell yeah. Am I familiar with Web 3.0? Yeah, we talked about that. We dealt with the Web 3.0 in the workshop that we was rolling out. You know what I mean? That will pop up when 5G is adopted. When there's a mass adoption of 5G, then we'll get into Web 3.0 and shit like that. ADA is going to the moon. Yeah, that from the looks of it, it's definitely going to the moon. The Jason research, I don't know what the name of the Bobby lecture is, but that's Bobby. Bobby was the one that hipped us to the Jason, and he has the literature. He has the book list on information that you could go and look up. Durham is on to come up like the ATL in the 80s. Okay. I'm gonna look out for that. I'm gonna look out. You know, how much is the 100 streams of lecture? That's 50 for the next 12 hours. Half a man. That's half a man, half a Mannington. All right, all right. So we got fam in the building. Let me go ahead and take this first call. Right, I see y'all in the building. I'm gonna take my good brother because he was on the last stream, and then we wasn't able to build and whatnot. That's my bro Mano. What's goody, bro?
Yo, what's up?
You? What's popping? How's everything?
I'm good. I'm working right now. Right now it's 3:20 in the UK. I'm working.
Right.
Yeah, I've been taking
shout
you guys' advice.
Yeah, shout out to the Mandem across the pond. In it.
Yeah. I've been taking you guys' advice of not focusing on drama and people who are just wasting time and whatnot. And I don't know if you can see that I'm creating my own book and whatnot. I finished it. Yeah, I finished it. But I'm trying to change because I've seen a pattern of I call them the ops. I don't call them white supremacy anymore. Of them co-opting writers, storytellers, and whatnot. Right. So that they don't tell our story. Of course. So I said, I said, you know what? Let me celebrate blackness and learn about blackness as well. Let me learn about Africa. Let me learn about the natives in America. Let me learn about Haiti and whatnot, and just put it in a book. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
We really need that. You know what I mean? We really need that. Like in a perfect world, when we get the Facts Initiative up and running, because the A in Facts is art, so the focus will definitely be on the screenwriters. And there's already books that in the last 20 years that brothers and sisters have put out. There's some comics. There's a brother Jason. He's out of the UK. He put me and my brother in a comic along with Nova Felder and some other people. He's very talented. Yeah. So the idea and the vision is to uplift, because think about it. Right now, Marvel and DC Comics run Hollywood, right? But Marvel and DC Comics were written in the 60s, in the 50s, and the 70s. So it took a while for that to be adapted to a bigger medium, or you know what I mean? It took a while for that to be adapted. So we have artists that are already doing the work and putting out characters, somewhat changing the narrative and things of that nature. So the next generation, like my son and my daughter's generation, they'll be the ones that'll be able to pick that up and create, I don't even know if it'll be regular movies in the next 10, 20 years, whatever the medium is, that's the quote unquote pinnacle and whatnot. They will inherit the work. They will inherit the intellectual property. They will inherit what it is that we are doing in these days and age and whatnot, and they'll be able to take it further.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've seen an interview of Toni Morrison when they ask her, why do you always write about black people? And she goes, well, I'm writing stories for my people. Right. Because as I see, the strongest in terms of writers are novelists, book writers. Right. Book writers, because they create the next shift. James Baldwin, the Maya Angelos, they create the next shift. They push the envelope forward.
They program the minds and the subconsciousness of the generations, their generations, and the ones who come after them. Right. So they're the catalyst, the same way that, and I don't want to throw it out there like I promote them or nothing, but I was reading this the other day, how Adolf Hitler was inspired by authors who preceded him. Right. And they gave him the cloth. Right. The same way that you have white Anglo-Saxon Protestants or the westernized European, they're into Nietzsche and whatnot. They're into German philosophers and things of that nature. They're into, they're reading up on Sigmund Freud and people like that. So, the same, and those would be considered their master teachers, the same way that we hold up Dr. Francis Cress Welsing and our master teachers, and we rate them and whatnot. They have their version. They have their literature. They have their litany of literature and rind and whatnot. Atlas Shrugged. That's a big dog for them. That's one of their big master teachers. You feel me? Blavatsky is their master teacher. I
know those names. I know those names you say. Yeah.
Aleister Crowley is their master teacher.
Yeah.
Right?
And Confucius, China. They still talk about him today.
Well, Mao Zedong. You know what I mean? With the Red Book and whatnot. They you know, Mao Zedong, his Lenin, Marx. You feel me? All of that. All of these writings, all of these ideas and concepts, right? The ideas and Pascal Beverly Randolph, the ideas and the concepts are able to impregnate and incubate in the minds of the generations who come after it. And you will never know if 100 years down the line, 200 years down the line, 20 years down the line, 50 years down the line, it might not be you. But there's building blocks, there's pieces that we have to lay, there's foundations that we have to lay in order for people to stand on it.
Exactly.
Right.
And that's
Ragnar Redbeard. Right. Right is right. Might is right. I did a show on that I talked about Might is right. What's that? When they was hanging the press and whatnot, the day of the rope. You know what I mean? All that shit. They riding with that. This what they do. The same way that they brought Lord of the Rings to the big screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what I want to. I'm showing people because I've read about Shakespeare. I've read about what they brought up on, why they invented grammar and whatnot, and spelling and whatnot. I'm showing our people. Yeah, tribalistically, we're different, culture, we're different, but we are the ones who created their English as well. It was us who created it for them.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So I'm telling them is let's put the concept that you guys are teaching, freedom, justice, and liberty into our art. So if we don't do it, the next generation can do it. They're gonna be like, oh shit, it's already done.
Right. Afrofuturism. You know, I'm heavy on that. I am an advocate for that. You know, Afro surrealism and Afrofuturism is how we break out of this quote unquote matrix through our imagination. You know what I mean? And Blue Pill spoke about that in detail in one of our previous shows last week, where he was speaking about the aspect of the need for us to tap into the subconscious community, right? Or the superconscious and balance our scales. Especially the masculine amongst us, the masculine energy. We got to balance our scales and tap into that. So, yeah.
Listen, I just want to say, I hope people appreciate you guys. I hope people appreciate what you guys are teaching and appreciate why you guys are on this planet and why you are spreading the truth and light. I hope they do that. And I don't know if I can promote my book. Can I do that? Or
yeah, do your thing.
How about if I throw the link on the chat and people can check it out if they want?
Right, go ahead.
Yeah. Should I send you the link on this chat or the normal?
You could put it in the chat room.
Oh, okay.
If you got a physical copy of the book, just hold it up, let them see it, and then throw the link in.
I've got physical, and I've got Kindle as well. There's the link.
Yeah.
And all this came from an idea, a lecture that you and your brother had. I'm not going to take much of the time, but that you said, why don't we go back in time like the Lord of the Rings and all these books do, and even Game of Thrones, and give us a W in our history.
Right.
Yeah, so all this came from there, yeah.
Right, that's Afrofuturism. You know what I mean? You have to shift. You got to tap in, and you could manipulate the history, the future, and the now through the pen. Okay? Through the pen. That's how it starts. You know what I'm talking about? That's how it's. The people think they put too much thought, and you know it's analysis paralysis. And if you look around and you see how shit has been shifted, it starts with the pen. The pen is definitely mightier than the sword. So family, this Amazon link that you see right here, This is the brother them. I'm gonna drop it in the chat, the Chattington. So y'all could click it. I appreciate you, bro.
Thank you, and keep teaching. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. All right. Peace. All right. Let's go to Little Goddess in the building.
Ooh.
Peace, Little Goddess. How you doing?
All right. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for asking.
Thank you for another, enlightening talk.
Oh,
I just wanted to say, I just wanted to say that I think that we all need to get our quote unquote magic on, as you were saying before.
Right.
Crystals, pendulums, using our intuition. We have proven time and time again that when we do actually come together and put our intention on one thing, it can come to fruition.
That's a fact.
Right? We got that little baby back. Was Ra's sister, right? For the family, for the woman who was on.
Oh yes. The sister who's lost who they took her child.
Both her babies, yes.
Yeah.
And then she got her baby girl back. So, but when we put our intention together, and the fact is that they want us to be fractured, they want us to be dissociated from each other. And as you were bringing up Harlem has always been that pinnacle of, Black, everyone together and everything else like that for how bloody long. And then all of a sudden it hit the bricks, right? And everyone started getting shattered. And then that's why it's now reflecting in on our quote unquote conscious community. But the way that we need to think about it is we are evolving, we are growing, we are going to virtual, right? We now get to communicate through this medium, and we can connect this way instead and build that conscious community and build our conscious mindset and our mind trust. And, despite the fact that we can't see each other, we can still interact. And don't let the agenda which they're trying to push happen. And again, if we really concentrate on trying to overtake and make things better, it can happen. And
it definitely can.
Right. And there shouldn't be a question. And that's the problem with a lot of people saying you're going constantly, everyone's always going outside themselves to ask a question, right? And and I know I do it myself, that you want to get that quote unquote confirmation because you're unsure or you want a little more clarity. But there's no one that's going to be better to divine for yourself than yourself. And when you have that confidence in yourself and you believe in yourself, you can execute basically anything you want. You can manifest what you want. That the 7 laws of the Kabbalion, all of that is true. And, everyone has been speaking to this and have proven it time and time again. You just need to go and just sit down and reflect on yourself and love yourself enough that you can understand and let that grow.
I definitely co-sign everything that you're saying. And you kind of lit too. The chat room is giving you a big ups. You know what I mean? They appreciate the work that you put in, not just on this platform, on multiple platforms. Your dedication is in your actions, not in your words only, but in your actions. Like you said, it's the faith. What do they say? Faith without works is nothing. You know what I mean?
Right.
Confidence is key. You know what I'm talking about? But everybody don't have that level of confidence that God, that goddess and godlike confident, but enthusiasm also is key. When you read the book Think and Grow Rich,
fake it till you make it. It's actually a concept.
That's
fake
right.
it till you make it. You sit there and you put that affirmation out there and you keep repeating it over and over to you until you actually believe it. And guess what? That's how things are manifested, because words are power and words create something. I was just reading something on IG that they said that, things are created twice, first in the mind and then it manifests out in this plane.
They call it mental technology, right? Mental technology. Anything that anything that we fawn over that is presented to us as technology, or what they call modern technology, you know, driverless cars, this microphone that I'm speaking into, you know, the state of the art switchboard that I got with the sound effects, you know, all of that. These are all concepts that started in the mind first. You feel me? It started in the mind. It started in one's mind's eye, right? So your quote unquote, you know, that's why they say the best nation is imagination. You know, people don't have confidence because they may be limited because of their quote unquote financial status or where they see themselves in life and whatnot. You feel me? I'm watching a series on Hulu about a group of young men, 9 of them, who came together and shifted the whole culture, right? And it's showing us their quote unquote trials and tribulations, going to jail, selling crack. You know what I mean? One of the brothers' mama, you know, she's drinking herself to death and all kind of shit going on. All of the things that we could relate to.
Well, but yes, and not only that though. Look at our history. Look at all the people who we admire in our history and where they started. Malcolm, you know, what did they
from the bottom?
Awful,
right,
exactly.
Not just the bottom, the underworld, not just the bottom, because people think bottom like, oh, you had it bad. No, people were in a shallow grave. People were in the underworld flirting with death. They were going through the hero's journey. You understand? They were in a dark place one time in their life. They had hit rock bottom because you don't know what the top feels like until you tasted the bottom. You don't have a measurement. How the hell could you, how could you make it to the top and know that you at the top if you never hit rock bottom? To measure yourself, to be like, I know that I made it because I was there when I crashed.
But not only that, seeds start where? And they start off in the
soil.
darkness, in the soil. That's right. And you have to make what you grow from the soil on up, right?
That's right.
And that's how you reach and you climb. So that's the mentality and that's the mindset that we need to have. And we also need to stop freaking putting each other down. Instead of having someone put someone down, we need to lift that person up and then reach out to each other and sit there and say, you know, what do you need? You know, I got this, you got that, because that's the other thing that's tearing us apart. And that's the reason why, of course, that we can't even come together, because we have that Willie Lynch mindset that we don't want to get together. You know, that person's got more than me and all that stuff. Because even I think I put on a post in IG, the fact that we have to beg people to hit the like button, right? And it's not like we don't understand what we're working on the platform and what it actually means to hit that like button for the algorithms so that we can continue to go on. And hitting the like button is free.
Right.
And you got people who come on just to sit there and just to hit the, you know, the down button, which makes no sense whatsoever.
Right.
But and the thing is that, okay, if you can't donate and you don't have money, how come you just can't donate just clicking on that button and just getting that thumbs up just to help in that aspect? How hard is it?
Yes. Well, it's the like, it's the share, and it's the subscribe. You feel me? Like we gotta, you know, we have to hand out some tasks and whatnot. And you know, I'm not gonna make excuses for the people that are in the building and, you know, their lack thereof of hitting buttons and stuff like that. But I'm sure after they heard your explanation on how important that is, they know, you know, I'm gonna hit that like button. So, you know, y'all take little goddess's advice and hit that like button. And, you know, it shouldn't even have to be said. I mean, this shit should be going, because I function, you know, y'all don't have to tell me to start the show. Y'all don't have to tell me to, yo, go live, Red, or talk about it. You know, I'm doing this shit in automatic. You know what I mean? It's automatically going. So if I'm pulling up and I'm showing up and I'm doing what I got to do, you know, this is a reciprocal type of thing. You know what I mean? That's something that people don't realize, that this whole thing is a reciprocation. You know, if I give something, then we should be giving something back. That way that we could walk away knowing that we all played our part. You know what I mean?
Right.
We all played our part.
Your livelihood. This is your livelihood. And if you can give to donation, and the thing is that I canvassed a time in my life, and I don't know if people know what canvassing is. That's basically going door to door. It's one of the most enlightening jobs and worst jobs that you can have. It shows you a lot how people work and how they operate. But one thing I learned about canvassing is if you want to raise money and you can't get that, like I need to get that $100, ask somebody for $1. They'll rather give you $1 and get you out your face. But if you get 100 houses, that's $100. If you get 5 people to donate $5, that's how many things. And if everyone, even if everyone just gave $1 from tonight or $5 from tonight, that's paying it forward. That's showing the appreciation of what you are doing, what your brother does.
That's right.
What everybody who's out here, and the longer that you're out here and the higher that you are, the bigger target you have on your back, and you have to sit there and deal with that. And I want people to understand that, because it seems that everyone's just so out for themselves in that thing. I know I don't make a lot of money and I don't do whatever else, but I still know that I want to sit there and pay it forward and show my appreciation. So I might not be able to donate every single time, but I'm going to sit there and donate, right? So
and I appreciate you for that too. Like I see when you hit the Cash App, I'll be like, damn, look at all of the work she do. Like, you put in work, you assist us, because I don't do mods and shit like that. I never really did mods where I got to give you a wrench, because my chats aren't like that. You know what I mean? I've always had respectable chats. I've always had control over, the audience and whatnot. It's a different kind of energy that we bring to the table. So it's like, here it is that you are a mod, and you support. And I'd be like, damn, it was about 1,000 people in here, and they didn't even do nothing. And here we go. Little Goddess is showing love. That's why I always said, we got to make sure we take care of those who take care of us. You feel me? So we in an attention economy. I'm a researcher. I'm a lecturer. I'm a scholar. So I understand the times that we living in. I did a show recently. I said, don't feed the trolls. And I explained what narcissism, disorder, and all. People who like to see themselves and hear themselves. And, the delusion of grandeur, people that are just fabricating all kind of shit just to make themselves look favorable, and people who run out here and they clout chase all fucking day. So when you understand what you're dealing with, these are some sick individuals who are kind of like failures in life and whatnot. So, YouTube is the best thing that can happen to them, because they get a captivating audience of people who are not educated about, they don't have the level of discernment. They're going to take whatever the YouTube recommends to them, and they're going to take shit for face value. So people bank off of that. And
that's what's happening right now with the news, right? That's the same thing that happens with the news. And go get your, this is the best thing for you. And it's sheeple mentality, instead of sitting there saying, you know what, does this actually sit right with me? How many times have you sat there and regretted that you either walked into the room or you met someone, and you're like, and you had that feeling, and you didn't walk away. You stayed there. What happened? You regretted it. But guess what? Despite the fact that you might have regretted it, you need to learn that lesson, correct? So that you do not have to have that lesson again. There's been so many times that people have sat there and said, oh my God, I'm going through this, and this has happened to me, and all these bad things. And if you sat there and look back and, reflect back on it, look where you are now and look where you were then, and tell me if that experience did not happen to you that you thought was so bad, you would not be in the position that you are at this particular time. And majority of the time, you're in a better spot.
Yes, I don't mean to cut your wisdom.
Going out that dirt, getting up, getting that water.
People don't realize that they don't realize the test. People, that we haven't been conditioned to be challenged. We haven't been conditioned to get, for life to just fucking nudge us. And we don't realize that at the end of the tunnel, whatever darkness that you're going through, that's why I gave them the hero's journey diagram. I'm gonna do a whole show on the hero's journey to explain. I'm gonna break that shit down to its very last compound. Collectively, we are being challenged, but what are we being challenged for? What the hell is at the end of that rainbow? When I see shit going crazy, I get excited because I'm like, yo, something is about to happen that's favorable. This shit about to be lit. Yep. And then what happens? What does life do? Life shakes this shit up, and motherfuckers, they get scared, they jump ship and whatnot. They think the boat is about to sink, and it winds up the boat is going into a new paradise. You know what I mean? We done hit a whole nother fucking stream and whatnot. We done hit a whole nother, you know, we on a new wave, and that wave is gonna take you into a whole new paradise. But there's a lot of people who don't like when the boat gets rocked. They don't have it in them to go through it. That, you know, a lot of our people, we're so fearful because this community or this network and black people in general over since 9/11, especially this 20-year window, we've been inundated with fear. It's more warriors than warriors. Who the fuck do we have that's standing before us that we collectively respect, right? And we can't even say the rappers. Who do we have? We got athletes and rappers and actors who we look at for courage and whatnot, or for ideas to be like, yo, this person this person is a stand-up individual. We don't have those type of people in front of us, and there is an agenda. They got people who we thought was our heroes. They throw dresses on them and heels and whatnot. So,
and on top of that, though, those same people, they're praying to another quote unquote God in order for them to survive. So you're praying to, or you're looking up to someone who's going and bowing down to someone else,
right?
Instead of raising yourself up and saying, you know what I'm doing, and appreciating the people who are actually putting out the good example and doing the right things and showing us what should be happening or how things are working and the background and all that stuff. Again, and putting targets on their back by doing so.
They want to know your Cash App. They want to know your Cash App.
Is it under Little Goddess? I know I put Little Goddess.
Make sure, go pull that shit up, because you know they'll be sending it to another Little Goddess. You got. I'm just saying with the Cash App.
My name, Little Goddess, is actually what my last name is. That's the meaning of it. So that's why I actually call myself Little Goddess.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. You tapped in the same way that my first name is Red Pill.
See,
you know, that's the breakdown of it. But we got to get some more of the fam callers and whatnot. I appreciate you. Yeah.
$ Little Goddess. Oh, I can just put it in. It's $.
Yeah, put it in the chat and I'll throw it on the thing.
Thank you so much. And thank you again for opening it up and letting us talk. Have a good one. Peace.
Peace. Peace. Did you put it in the chat?
You know what? I put it in the private chat. Let me put it in the other chat.
All right, let me see. I got you. I put it in the chat.
Okay. Peace.
All right. Peace. To the other callers, I'm going to get with you in 1 minute. I just have to answer a few questions that people are asking in the Chattington. All right. So give me 1 second. This is Little Goddess's Cash App. You know what I mean? You want to know what happened to the young brother Marcus, who used to be on Sinet and Baba TV? I'm going to find out for you. You know what I mean? That's my guy right there too. That was my guy. I'm going to find out for you. You know what I'm saying? I could say that I haven't seen young Marcus in a minute. You know, I haven't seen young Marcus in a minute. You know, but I'll find out. I'll go ahead and do some research and I'll get back to you on that. Okay. So yeah, let's go to Matt. Peace to the good brother Matt. Matt the insurance guy. Hey Matt, what's good with you, my brother?
Peace, Red Pill. Peace, Red Pill. Thank you for putting me on, man.
Of course, of course. How's everything with you today?
I'm doing good, family. I'm doing good, family. How about yourself, man?
That's good to hear. I'm here, man. You know what I'm talking about? I'm here.
Yeah,
Another Thursday. You know, I'm highly blessed, you know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. As you can see in my name, I'm an insurance agent. With
Very
New York.
important.
Definitely.
Yes.
I'm all about helping the family, you know, with their personal finance, you know, be the last stop on your business profits and, you know, creating a legacy going forth. Because, you know, it's funny. I was talking to a client yesterday with a prospect, and she was like, you know, we was talking about financial literacy. And to me, it's as simple as having some assets for you. You know, when insurance is a very simple asset, it goes by your budget. It doesn't go, you know, you don't have to get the $1 million policy. You can get the $25,000 policy, you know?
Right.
And a lot of people don't know how to use it. You know what I mean? So it's like everybody goes crazy over a house or over an LLC. And it's really not, you know, those things are great, but you can literally buy a life insurance policy and set your family up for generations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a brother reached out to me earlier and a few months ago, and I've been building with him. I need to hit him back up. And he was presenting numerous policies for me. And we also got into some other things, you know, dealing with like personal banking and things of that nature, like how to yeah. So if you like, send me your contacts, because what I will do, right? What I will do is I will have a show, right, on maybe one of the Wednesdays, because we're going to be doing more we're going to be doing some showcases, some highlights on, you know, solution-based streams and whatnot, like the insurance, and how to take the insurance and make that one of your income streams, or maybe 3 or 4 income streams, because as it was explained to me, there's so many variables to it. So you know, I definitely want to salute you for what it is that you're doing. I don't know if the family that's out there understand the importance of life insurance, especially you niggas that be out there flirting with death, living on the line and whatnot. You feel me? You want to leave the young ones with something. You know, you want to leave the wifey with something. You know what I'm talking about? Like, yeah, we need to begin to have these conversations, because it's a difficult conversation. I really, it deals with mortality and whatnot. So it's not an easy conversation. Everybody thinks that they're gonna live forever. They're gonna drink the motherfucking the fountain of youth. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
But we all got a date. We all got a date. So if you can, drop your email, and if there's people that want to inquire about what it is that you have to offer, I suggest that they hit you up.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm gonna definitely throw it in the chat. I'm watching on both the link that you put in the chat, and I'm watching it on YouTube right now.
Right.
One of the things that I always will say to people is, people be so worried about when they pass away and pass the money down. People can use that to save money. It sits down there and gathers interest for you. You know, you can play the markets with life insurance, and the government can't tax you.
Right.
That's the part of the game that people really like, oh, well, you know, when I speak to people, I just say, nah, yeah, that's there. But you sitting down there, you just made $150,000 in a settlement. Well, if you put it here, here, and here, you can, you know, compound that money, and the government can't tax you, or in gross tax deferred. And I think that when it comes down to people's money, that's part of having an asset, something that makes money for you. So, you know, I've been wanting to get into this for a long time. I've been into it for a little minute. So, yo, brother Red Pill, thank you so much, man, for putting me on, man. Much respect to you, man. You know, I've seen you a bunch of times. I just couldn't sit down and chop it up with you because I was always on the move. But
it's all good. You know, we here now. You know what I'm saying? That's all that matters. So if you could drop your email, I'll post it on the screen. I'll throw it up on the screen, so they'll be able to watch it in a replay, and they can hit you on the email. Family, serious inquiries only. This is brothers doing business. So when we approach them, let's do it from a business perspective and whatnot. You single?
Nah, I'm married. I got 3 kids, man.
Ladies, he's married with 3 kids. Like, be respectful. To this day. You know what I mean? Don't try to get him for that insurance bag. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Let me talk about the Hotep niggas, but you know, wait till you get a load of the Hotep sisters. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah. Peace, King. Peace, King. And you be like,
Grand Rising,
oh
beloved.
wow, beloved. Oh wow.
Yes, I'm beloved now. Okay. Yeah, watch out for the beloveds, my nigga. You know
I got you. Most definitely.
They out here drilling. All right, King. Appreciate
you,
man.
Thank you so much, then, family, man. I'm gonna keep watching, and I'm gonna definitely see you when I see you in the flesh, man. You have yourself a beautiful night, man. Stay blessed. Prosperity to you and prosperity to all that's listening.
Yes, salute. All right, salute, King.
Peace.
All right, peace. My guy, YHM, what's good with you, my brother?
Peace to the God.
Peace to the God. Is that your drip that you got on? What we doing? Come on.
This is me and my cousin. You know what I'm saying?
What we doing? Yeah. How did I know that?
You can tell I'm in the lab right now, man. I'm just getting back from my boy's school. I sold my merch at his school. You know what I told myself before I left? I was like, look, I ain't coming back with nothing. Guess what I did?
Right.
That's what I did. I came back with nothing. I sold out. So
you did.
Definitely, definitely.
How did that feel? I'm just saying, talk black to me. How did that feel though?
That felt good, just because they're seeing the love. Like there's really seeing the love out there. You know what I'm saying? It was just beautiful. Nah, it's a step up now.
Was that a confidence builder? Did that help lift up your, you know what I mean, your chin a little more?
Yeah, because I was tapping into 19 Keys his last live. He was just talking about how some days he's gonna have $0 days, some days he's gonna have $500 days. Just gotta build from that. So I'm ready to just build from that.
Look, there were days, and I don't say this all of the time. It wasn't too many days because I mastered what is known as, you know, mentalism. You know, being outside in Harlem on 125th Street selling 15. I started out my t-shirts for $15. They went up in price over the years just based off of inflation, right? I had a quota to whereas in order to stay out there and not feel like I was a vagabond, right? And I was playing myself, because keep in mind, this is 05, this is 06, this is 07. It's not hip to be conscious yet. It's not a wave yet. It was ripples in the pond. It's not a wave. The youth didn't catch on. Niggas was looked at as real goofy out there because it's like, damn, you could be selling drugs, my nigga. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you could be doing other things. So I had to sell 2 shirts an hour in order to make $30 an hour. That was the way that I was, you know, that's how I was dealing with me. Because when you're standing behind a table, you're dealing with your, you know, hold on a minute. Matt, the insurance guy, let me get your information because they're asking for it. So I could drop it in the chat. So you got to, you know, when you're standing behind that table and shit is slow, you got to deal with you. Yo, why are they not stopping? What the fuck? What, my shit is not John Blaze? My shit is not John Blaze? Yeah, yo, tap in, y'all. Yo. T-shirts, you know what I mean? You might have.
Red, I'll be saying this. If you got a car insurance, just in case you crash your car, you know the only 2 things guaranteed in life, taxes and death. Why you don't have life insurance? That's how I look at it. I got life insurance myself. I'm 23. I got life insurance myself.
You started young too. You lit.
Yeah. Everybody should have it. Definitely tap in with my man, Matt. Definitely tap in.
Yeah, definitely tap in. I'm going to do a whole show where we're going to deal with that. You know what I mean? I'm going to bring the brother who I've been building with. He's sharp with it. I'm going to invite Matt to come through. Matt, send me your email. I'm going to put my email up here. Give me your information too, my brother. You know what I mean? And we're going to have, because we you know, we got to have this thing. And even maybe when we move around and have these pop-ups, we're going to have an aspect of it to deal with the insurance. But
I need this OG talk from you real quick.
I had zip. Yeah. Let's go. But let me just finish the story. I went home. I could count it on my hands from 125th Street some days on zero. On zero, my nigga. Do you know what that was? Do you know what that felt like? I used to have a 6-flight walk up. You know what I'm talking about? And I had a big ass shopping cart. You know what I mean? Sometimes I would have my table in it with these big ass, you know, the grandma bags from Chinatown. And I had to carry some days I had my son with me when he was a newborn. I would carry the carriage and the shopping cart, up 6 flights, and I'm on 0, and he need diapers.
That's crazy. That's dedication.
That was dedication. And like I said, it helped sharpen my mind to the power of mentalism. So what I would do, this is game right here. What I would begin to do before I even left the house is I would give myself a quota. Yo, I'm coming back with $250. I might even have $100-something worth of merch. I might not even have $250. I might be low on merch. I'm like, I'm coming back with $250. I go out there, somebody will smash me with a $100 donation. You know what I mean? I will always make my quota. The only thing that would stop me from making my quota if I got distracted by the fuckery that was around me and I lost focus and I wasn't on that number and whatnot, I might hop off of my table and go play with the camera for mad long and you know, leave my because that's my job. You know what I mean? I was at work. That's my 9 to 5. You know what I mean? And you know, the camera was the extra curriculum. You know, I'm not getting paid for that. That's not a job to me. I don't have no financial ties to it. It's just me getting on a thing and doing what it do, sharing this information, whatever. But yeah, what was you saying?
Man, this basically like right now, I'm at this space where I feel like my head is up here, but like, you know, I'm a young man. I'm 23, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just looking for a queen. See, one of my problem is I see the potential in a queen, and they see
you looking for a queen. You said,
yeah,
a goddess.
Yeah, goddess. I need that. My black queen. I need
what state you live in?
I live in Maryland.
DMV.
Yeah, DMV.
You in PG County?
Yeah, PG County.
Lit. You lit.
So like, I feel like my last.
Nah. Say less. Hold on. Say less. Ladies.
What the chat saying? Yeah, talk to me.
Yeah, say less. We, you know what I'm saying? We doing this shit real time. Yeah, say less. Look. First of all, here's my guy's information. Matt, the insurance guy. Get that out the way, right? Get that out the way. So, first of all, let me just talk my talk, ladies. Go and Google PG County. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know about PG County, you know what I mean? That's where some of the most affluent, melanated people on the planet live, right? So you're not going to Baltimore. No, shout out to Baltimore. Shout out to all my people. You're not gonna see Omar. Shout out, yeah, rest in peace to Michael J. But you know, I'm throwing it out. I'm standing on a ledge right here. I'm not sure if he lives on a nice block and whatnot, but I'm under the assumption that he's in a good neighborhood. You know what I mean? You won't have to lock the doors on the Uber. Now, ladies, right? This young man is 23 years old, right? He's looking focused right now. You know what I'm talking about? How long you been into this conscious thing?
Man, I would say like probably like 2.5 years now.
He's a freshman. You know what I mean? But he's one of the youth. Remember, the young ones that are coming in now, you're in the quickening. You're accelerated. What you pick up in 2 years, it took some motherfuckers 10 years to get. Keep that in mind. The heavy lifting has already been done. Okay? The heavy lifting has already been done. Y'all inherited this shit. This shit has been handed to you. So, ladies, he's advanced. Do you astral travel?
Yes.
Ladies, he could meet y'all on Sirius B. You know what I'm talking about? He can meet y'all on Sirius B. The man astral travels. Okay? Oh, what about the vegan diet?
Man, I'm tapping into it, man. Like I was just looking at
all the way in, or
like I might dive in, man. I'm from North Carolina originally, from the Bulls.
That's right. That's
so I love my meat. Pause.
That's right. Pause. He's giving up the meat. Pause. Right. But he needs help. I heard that they coming out with Impossible Chicken. Ladies, don't cook that. You know what I mean? Don't put him on a soy diet and don't give him an Impossible Burger. What he needs though is some good cuisine. You know what I'm talking about? Everybody needs that good cuisine to cross over. You know what I mean? If you just stir frying, you know, fucking green peppers and whatnot and cilantro, it's not gonna help. You know what I mean? You need the touch of a queen. So do you buy groceries?
Yes.
You willing to buy groceries?
Yes.
Ladies, he's willing to buy groceries. Take him to Whole Foods and drain the card. You know what I'm talking about? So if he buys, will you cook? If he buys, will you cook? Okay. You know. So another thing, do you go to the gym? You work out?
Of course. Of course.
You stay athletic?
Yes. I used to play football. Come on.
Ladies used to play football. Wait, what was the position?
Safety.
Safety. You know what I'm talking about? Safety. You know what I mean? Ladies, young man is athletic. You know what I'm talking about? And he buys groceries. So let's see. And your grind again, you know, let 5 years from now, right? We all started somewhere. We all have a start. We all have foundation. That's not where we gonna be in 4 to 5 years. Where do you stand in your mind, in your third eye? Where do you see yourself in 5 years, you know, without a queen?
So I see myself, I'm gonna be a Mongol. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tap in different business. Definitely want to do real estate.
Right.
Metaverse and physical.
That's right. That,
you know
yeah.
Definitely crypto stocks. Definitely like with business sense. I want to start my own school. Cause my clothing line is called Young But Motivated. So I want to
that's right.
Youth and teach them about financial literacy, mental health, crypto, coding, all that stuff. So definitely that's gonna be really my grind. This is the foundation right here. Why see I got it tight on my arm. He's know.
Look, he's committed, ladies. He's tatting shit on his body. You know what I'm talking about? He's tatting shit on his body. He could tackle you down. You know what I mean? He's a safety. You know what I mean? He could tackle you, and he's buying Whole Foods. So you're saying that you're having these aspirations for multiple income streams. What would the addition of a goddess do for you in that field?
Like for real, it just support. That's all. It's really support.
Right.
I remember
financial,
man. Yeah, financial. This like all around support. Cause sometimes it be hard. I'm in the lab right now by myself. I wish I had somebody sitting right here, give me some like words of encouragement, like keep on going. I see you, daddy. Blah blah blah.
And beloved talk, right?
Yeah. You know, and then she have her side hustle. I can support that. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gaining so much knowledge.
Right.
With this knowledge to somebody so we can build this kingdom, this empire with. You know what I'm saying? So
that's right.
It's just really support. You know what I'm saying? That black love, that support. We need that because I was raised by a single mother. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to change that.
Right. You're not trying. Yeah, you're not trying.
I am.
I'm coming straight out of PG. young young Wyatt Jim with an attitude. Huh?
I'm trying to be like my man Derek Grayson, you know.
Oh, you want to be on your DG shit?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I hear that shit. Wait, hold on. DG be wildin'. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to DG and his queen and his team. Are you polygamous? Do you have polygamy? Do you have polygamy aspirations, or you're a one-woman man?
I was thinking about it, but I feel like most females, most queens nowadays, they're not gonna rock with it. You gotta find the right one. But I feel like it might be too much.
A little too much right now. Shit is hot.
Yeah.
Block is hot.
Yeah. I gotta find the right one. She gotta be down for it. I'm cool.
That's what I'm saying. Will you sprout that on her on a third date, or are you just gonna, you're gonna give it to her up front? Because you gotta be. I'm just saying. Niggas be sprouting the polygamy thing after they hit. They be like, yeah, so you know what I'm saying, like, how you feeling about 2 more? I'm just saying.
Man, I'm probably gonna stick with one queen. I think that's enough.
Yeah, focus on one at a time.
Yeah. That's enough for me, man.
That's what's up. All right, boom. Here we go. All right, so what's your email?
Oh, my email. So it's BrandonSYC@gmail.com.
Hold on.
I'm gonna send it in the chat.
Yeah, put it in the chat.
And then of course, YHM Brand. That's my IG, my personal page. So go
Matter
ahead.
Of fact, give me. That's where I'm shoot your shot. Yep.
To this day.
Give me your IG.
To this day.
Give me the IG. We goddesses don't send emails. Give me the IG.
I got you, man. Gosh.
Most of the times I got slid, it was from the IG. You know what I mean?
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I like the older queens too. So
say that again. Say that.
I like the older queens too. You know what I'm saying?
Say that.
Hey,
to this day.
You say that.
To this day.
Auntie. Auntie. Auntie had her root. You heard him. You heard him. You know what I'm saying? What, did you drop your IG?
Yeah, it's in the private chat with us.
Okay. There we go. All right. Well, you gave me the Gmail and the IGZ. Okay, we do that. So we're gonna be respectful. This is a respectful. This is a family show. So we do all of our business. You know what I mean? In the emails and in the DMs and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? You know, ladies. There you go. There go the email. You know, if y'all on y'all professional shit at work, send them an email. You know what I'm saying? But if y'all straight with the business, go to the IG and send them a DM. You know, I mean, we just in a new day and time, right?
Exactly. And make sure y'all tap into the metaverse, man. I'm trying to build a metaverse too.
Oh yeah, we need to build because we working on that. We was in Houston laying that out. That we need our own metaverse. Yeah, definitely.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? So you're getting a lot of love in the chat, young God. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah, the queens is giving you a lot of love. You know, they kind of shy, so don't, you know what I'm saying? Just wait for the emails to come. You know what I'm talking about? You know, you get love in the chat. You know, you get love in the chat. You know, so you know, we'll see how things play out. But that's very important. Destiny says she'll be 69 in December. Is that too old?
No, that's fine.
She looks 65. Don't worry about it. She holding on.
But yeah, I want my little queen to be in the garden like Jody's mom. You know what I'm saying?
This nigga said, Ving Rhames ass nigga right here said he's looking for Jody Moss. What are you talking? You need a goddess with the green thumb. What about if Jody was in a house? What if she had a Jody that was your age? What are we doing? How you gonna deal with that? Y'all gonna play PlayStation together? Or you coming in like the big dog? You coming in like Big Grace? How we doing it?
Man, it's gonna be tough. We might hop on the stick and play Madden, you know what I'm saying?
Y'all both chilling in the high chair, eating and shit. She can feed both of y'all. You know, it's all good. Shit happens, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, shit happens. So one of the things that I think is the most divine is a love connection. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna tap in with you in about a week or two and see how that goes. What's your vetting process? Because what if you get flooded? Like, what's your vetting process? Are you trying to go on 100 dates?
Look, we can go hiking. You know what I'm saying? We can do the magic mushrooms, see that. You know what I'm saying? So look, I'm free.
Oh, this nigga seasoned. Right, yeah, he's seasoned. He must have been on Clubhouse listening to that. He's seasoned. He said the magic mushrooms. Yeah, you know your shit about to be flooded. You know that's you know. That's like saying you fly. And what about the ass? Are you flying them out? Could they get flued out? Could they get flued out, my brother?
Not yet. Give me
That's a
I
good
need
answer.
A little more time.
That's a good answer. That's a good. Hold on, that's my guy right here. Seasoned. That was a setup right there. You passed the test because you're not thirsty and shit. That was good. All right.
I'm on my chocolate stuff right now, man. Come on now.
That's what's up. That's what's up. All right, so we're gonna see how that go, man. I got faith. I got faith. I think that they're gonna come at you, man.
All right, that's cool with me. Look, I'm in the lab right now making shirts, man. So
that's right. Minding his black business. Yeah, he needs some. He need a muse. He need a muse. He needs somebody to hang one of them shirts on. You know what I'm saying? He need a muse. You know. Yeah, that's what's up, though, man.
But we're gonna check in a couple of weeks, man.
Right. Right. That's what's
But
up.
I'm gonna slide off, man. It's an honor talking to you, man. It's an honor.
Okay. You know, if you got any questions, you know what I'm saying? If you need any more advice,
but we got.
yeah, holla at the homie, man. I'll see what I could. If I don't know the answer, I'll direct you to somebody who can. You know what I'm saying? But good luck in your endeavors. You know what I mean? Keep it very respectful, you know. And yeah, and that'll follow you. All right.
All right.
No doubt. All right, man.
All right. Peace to the God.
Peace to the God. So let me drop my thing in there one more time before we get out of here. You know, he's gonna be the case study. If everything goes well with this young man, then I think we're gonna introduce a night on one of these nights out of the week. We might have a dating show. You know what I'm saying? A date or the red love connection. You know what I mean? That has to happen. I'm actually working on an app called Uber Skeets, but we'll keep that under the wraps. You know what I'm talking about? We've been trying to work on that for a long time. Imagine you could order some wood. Yeah. Uber Skeets. How you think? What you know about that? Yeah, that part. Okay. But yeah, here's the link. Here's the link. If anybody has any questions you want to pull up, feel free to pull up. We'll chop it up. You know what I'm saying? And we'll take it from there. Yeah, Uber Skeets. You don't talk about. You could get the XL, you could get the large, you could get the medium, and they come with their own car. And they got a ratings. You know what I mean? They got stars and shit. You can see who's really putting in that twerk. That part. Yeah. Did I hear about Meta Hero? No, not yet. What's that? I'm gonna check that out. So yeah, ladies, there's hope on the dating scene. You know what I'm talking about? The young God, he represented for a lot of the brothers. There's hope on the dating scene. You know what I mean? You know? You see what the brothers is working with? There's hope out there. He got his head on his shoulders. You know? Will it have a pool option? It will definitely have a pool option. Oh man, we gotta behave ourselves. What time is it? It's not even midnight yet on the East Coast. Okay, I have a guess. Let me behave myself. This is Poetic Just. How you doing?
Hey, love, peace and light, love,
Peace and love. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I can't complain. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm here with the family. This is to be honest with you, this is my therapy. You know, I feel great every time I pull up.
I felt it in my soul. You was about to come on early because usually I be trying to stay up waiting for the shows. I'm like my favorite TV show. I be like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm currently
Monday. It's
yeah. I'm binging on Wu-Tang, so I had to get this show out the way. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna do like midnight to 3 a.m.
Appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate you.
Yes.
I appreciate you.
So something that I did that I want to come through and just say this is a call in for what's on your mind. It's I was just watching Blue Pill a couple days ago. He had posted.
Shout out to Blue.
Yes, shout out to Blue Pill. And watching his video, it was something about wake up. It was titled something, but just listening to the brother.
Yeah. Wake up Wednesdays.
That right there.
Wake the fuck up Wednesdays.
That right there had reminded me of a video y'all did a long time ago. And this is just paying homage, shouting out and showing my appreciation for y'all. It was a video that y'all did a long time ago about speaking about 0 and 1s and talking about how the revolution will be digitized. And so now just this past, the evolution will be digitized. So all of this is fine. It took me back. I can't remember the exact date, but it had took me back. I was searching. I was like, wait a minute. So for Blue to have said that, it kind of struck something. And so bringing it back to the 0 and 1s, I'm like, the computer of language. I mean the language of the computers or whatever have you, and how it's man-made, but it's controlling the masses to a certain extent. For
for sure.
You know what I'm saying? It's like it's almost like people have created this. When I say people have created these things. You know what I'm saying? And then understand it. But y'all pretty much brought me to that thought process, especially being in the medical field. I was like, wait a minute, like this shit is mimicking the brains. Like they're out here, whoever you want to call they is really out here tricking with the human, the body.
Look,
and mimicking and all kind of.
Look, there you go. The Matrix.
Yes.
The architect, right? The architect is the one who programmed the reality with zeros and ones, right? The architect. So in social media with Zuckerberg, and social media with Bill Gates, right? Because people don't give him, you know, they don't give him the I don't want to say the credit, but he's integral behind a lot of things in this quote unquote digital era, that this digital age that we're in and whatnot. He is an architect, you know.
Right.
So they're dealing with a lot of these zeros and ones, you know what I mean? And the interesting thing is, I was speaking about divination systems earlier, and when you get into the divination system, you know, West Africa Ifa system, even if you get into I Ching and whatnot, it starts out with zeros and ones. You know what I mean? You throwing bones, you throwing cowrie shells, you throwing pennies, you throwing whatever. It's yes or no. Yo, is this nigga cheating on, you know what I mean? Is my wife cheating on me? It's either yes or no. There is no there's no in between. So when you go to the divine, you asking them questions, and they're either going to give you the yes or the no. That's the binary code. That's the 0 and the 1. But now we're in the quantum realm, so it has expanded. It's no longer zeros and ones. It's 0 0 1 1 0 1 1 1 0. You know what I mean? It has expanded and whatnot. We're at the threshold of quantum. We're not in quantum yet. We're at the door. But as we move forward, we're going to begin to see, you know, how the aspect of the quantum universe or quantum reality is going to shift this thing.
And this is what I'm saying. Y'all put me up on this, Red Pill. You and your brother, y'all put me up on this a while ago. So I appreciate y'all. The evolution will be digitized in quotations. That's what y'all.
That's right.
I was trying to hit up family with Texas. Like, so I could have popped up, like to see it, to hear that seriously. I'm seeing it in a
unfolded.
whole nother,
Right. It's now the reality. When I said it in 2015, it was you know, it was a vision, and now that vision has become a reality. Now we're in it, and I don't have to sell it anymore. You know, I'm working on the next you know, be something that's gonna come true in 5 more years, but the evolution has been digitized. It's here, and this shit has been digitized. And you know, we have the opportunity to take advantage. You know, when the lecture was done 5 years ago, well, 7 years ago, it was done like a source. It was done for source material, meaning that I was calling out the writers and the screenwriters, like the brother that just came on and said he wrote a book. I was soliciting the screenwriters and the Afrofuturists and even the rappers to say, look, take this raw information. This is coal, turn it into a diamond. You got to take this raw information and do something with it. And if you do something with it, then we'll be able to tell in 7 to 8 years what you done did. So I get emails, and I got people who are living in a lap of luxury because of the Bitcoin investments that they made in 2014 and in 2015, because that's what we were talking about in that lecture as well. We talked about Bitcoin. So we got people who scooped up Bitcoin when it was a few $100s, and now, there's nothing. I don't even have to say what, you know. I'm sorry, you was breaking up. What you said?
It is. It's breaking up really bad. But I was saying, I was just talking what you were just talking about with the cryptocurrency. This all ties even before cryptocurrency was, because I'm sure it was around, but it
wasn't wavy.
Wasn't at its level where people are
right. Right. Oh, her signal might have. We'll get her back. The signal is not going. Yes, yes. Like the palindrome of the date that the Matrix movie comes out, 112221. Right. That's the binary. They're giving you the binary, so they're tapping in, or rather attempting to tap in. You know what I'm talking about? But yes, yeah, Rome is definitely falling. You know what I'm talking about? That's beyond a reasonable doubt. It in the fall. Coincidentally, it accelerated in the last 30 days, did it not? Did the fall not accelerate to whereas now you could see Rome falling? You'd be like, oh shit, I already know. Yeah, it's accelerated during these Jason months. You know what I'm talking about? It's definitely accelerated. Let me go to my sister Candy. All right.
Am I live?
Yes, you are live and direct. Peace.
Can you hear me on this raggedy ass mic? Excuse my language.
Nah, you could talk that talk, you know.
Hey, Red Pill.
Hey, Candy.
You know what it is.
Doing? Yes, I do.
This is the art, y'all.
Right. This is a real life NFT gallery.
This is prophecy.
That's what it is. Yes.
You have to understand this is over. Well, this isn't all of the art, but this is like at least the past 2 decades. Okay. So you need to understand that I was foreseeing all of this before it happened.
Right.
I painted this in 2019. Before they had that, the depiction of what the V looks like.
Right.
And I told my sister that I felt something coming.
Right. And that's that.
And it would be a bio situation. Okay. It's after they I've been tapped in the whole life.
Right.
It's hard for me to come on here to talk and everything like that because I am a little bit to myself, as you could tell.
Indeed.
Look at all this. The thing is that I want people to know that I'm actually on here because Red Pill and Blue Pill have also been quite prophetic. And they actually have had a lot of synchronicity with me.
Dope.
And so I had to, see what they was about and see if they was the truth. And the way I was able to see that was basically the synchronicity in these times that we are in unfolding before our eyes.
Right.
Okay. I'm 43 years old now.
Beautiful.
I've been creating and stuff like that since I was a little girl. And the only reason why I'm telling my story is not to be some egomaniac or something. It's to display something to you about yourself, about yourselves out there. You understand? I was painting these things they put in films before. Let me see if I could get up there. Let me know if my mic makes too much noise. If I sound too crazy.
Oh, nah, you good.
It's hard to see, but he's blue. That's Talon Macy, the poet. You were just talking about the binary code.
Yes.
The black and white and the checkerboard is actually a representation of that duality, that binary code.
Right. Exactly.
Nipsey used it.
Look at, yes, he did. Shout out to the Nip.
Okay.
God.
We are definitely in those times, y'all. But I don't want nobody to be afraid or anything like that out there. I want y'all to know that you are, like Octavia Butler said, wild seeds. And that you are gifted, spiritually gifted, like so. You need to understand something, that this is beyond just work. I was going into a trance-like state since I was a little girl, freestyling poems before I knew what the word poetry was, painting, drawing, doing portraits, really going into a zone and just tapping into what I considered like my own higher consciousness.
Right.
Okay.
Tapping in.
Knowing who you are, it's very important. Remembering who you are. I don't want to be too preachy, but like I said, I am 43. So I'm not a little girl.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
43 young.
Right.
43 years young.
Just wait.
You have
just wait till all this is, I'm gonna emerge.
Indeed. You have a lot of inquiries about purchasing from people in the chat. They want to tap in. Is any of is the art available?
I have sold a lot of limited edition prints.
Yes.
I've been holding on to a lot of my originals, not all of them. Some of them are sold because I have a master plan. For me, this has been a very purist journey, an authentic journey. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
This, when I was creating, and I'm only talking about myself once again because I'm actually talking about all of you.
Indeed.
I was having an experience with my higher self, tapping in, letting my third eye play, pulling forward, like pulling from that that trance-like state, whatever came forth, freehand. All of this is mostly freehand. I influenced a lot of people in reality, and I have quite a long history of sharing philosophy, prophecy, and things like that with those who know. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to be known by everybody, just those who magnetized my direction because they were meant to. Right? And it domino affected, and you see a lot of the influence all over the place, and you don't even know it. I haven't made a thing out of it yet. Take a look at this.
Time.
There's no hands on the clock.
No hands on the clock, right.
Before that quarantine. The bee.
And the owl.
And the owl. It just goes on and on and on, but I really don't have it all here. This was actually what you guys are dealing with now. Long distance relationships. That's why the sky is a different color.
Right.
I did this like 2010. Okay. And I was putting that single eye in my work since I was a child. I used to have dreams and stuff like that. And a lot of things came to me on its own. There was no internet then. There was no proof yet. The only thing that was proof was the fact that a lot of my dreams turned into things like the movie Avatar, the Book of Eli,
right,
Armageddon. All these films that they made in reality, there are people who were having dreams about those things before they even put it in a film. You need to know that. That's important.
You already
so that
know.
you understand that it's not just programming, that there is divine mathematics to this entire situation, this reality that we are in. Okay? And just like the duality that you spoke of, this reality actually has a parallel reality because we are living in that dual situation.
Yes.
So there is a parallel. I want to talk about a lot of things that was going on right now, but I can't fit it all in here. I just want people to be aware that there are a lot of things in motion, from the PSYOPs, predictive programming. They literally have you watching things on the topics of everything that you are actually going through in the moment that you're going through it. That's where we're at now. Okay? Up there watching about the pandemic while watching pandemic. I need y'all to open your eyes. You could participate in the construct, in the social construct of all of this, the playground, because this is a playground full of storylines, okay? But I don't want you to be so wrapped up in it that you can't take a step outside of it and look at the whole big picture. That is awareness. And be aware of yourself to the best of your ability and your shadow self.
Definitely.
Didn't want to come on here and be too preachy, but if I'm gonna excuse my language, if I'm gonna speak, I'm gonna go on ahead and actually say something, try to fit something up in here. Cause this is my first time actually being able to talk. But I don't want to talk at you like that. I want to talk to you too. So let me stop.
Definitely.
But I did want to say that I really can't show all of the work and all of the pieces, but there's so much that's been going on. And there's a lot of people out here that are like myself, too, not always front and center and speaking about everything,
Right.
But
Right.
they've been experiencing prophecy. Some of us magnetized to each other. I had the internet very early in the late 90s when I created this name. I created a poetry forum called The Verbal Artist in 2003. I was putting prophecy and philosophy and all these things online. I've been here long enough to know that things like writing your book and doing things that really solidify your work is very, very important.
Yes.
We were here before Mark Zuckerberg. You understand what I'm saying?
That's right.
There was a lot of Black people online. Some of them were poets. Some of them were conscious. Some of them was just like what woke is today. Some of them were boule, the bloggers, New York Times writers now today, people who used to be conscious, who now act like they don't remember a damn thing, like they got amnesia.
They got
I seen it all.
Rare. Remember Black Planet and then in MySpace days.
Yeah.
It was a wave of a lot
Let
of
me
people.
put my other thing on too so I can hear you better. Yeah, Black Planet. First of all, let me tell you how amazing we are as a people, okay? We had to post our images even on Black Planet. That's how I learned how to hand code HTML, CSS, PHP a little bit.
Yep.
Because all we need is a spark, like this fire.
Right.
All we need is to know, oh, you mean this little code right here tells this image to show up? And that's a part of the source code, But and then all we need to know is, oh, I have to host my image on something that's actually online. And then we knew, oh, okay, there's these free sites where I could host my images, or I could buy my own .com and I could host my images there and then put that link inside of that source, in that image source code, and it's going to show up. And then people who were really, really creative just wanted to play around with it and figure out what they could do. And I was one of those people. So they try to make it seem like these people are such geniuses. And you know which ones I'm talking about.
Yep.
But the truth of the matter is they had funding. They have nepotism.
Yep.
They push us into the shadows. They create platforms that they make popular because they ended up putting it on the smartphones when the smartphones, I was here before smartphones, I had dial-up.
Right.
So, and they have, what is it called? Right now, I'm a little bit, let me see if I could get closer to some of this work. They have things like just every damn thing. I don't know. Okay.
No, they have advantages. They have the advantages. They have the think tanks. They have.
Well, they went to elite schools.
They went to these Ivy League
schools. It's the gentrification of the internet. That's just like when they move to certain areas and they gentrify the neighborhoods and they push the Black people out and they make you feel like you some flunky.
Right.
Because, you don't have, I don't know why the word is escaping me right now. Maybe you can help me.
Mm-hmm.
But basically,
the money or
the money and everything. But it's just like the NSA. You know what I mean? You have to have somewhere to store all that data. I don't know why it's skipping my mind right now.
Right. Servers.
But yeah, they had servers and all that stuff at a level that can actually deal with this amount of people. You know, you're limited when you can only get but so big.
Bandwidth.
So they've been really, I want younger people to just know that it's kind of a lie. You know what I'm saying? It's not that you can't do what you want to do, but you are going to have to fund it. You're going to have servers, because even though they try to act like this is some kind of private company or something of which they can control and censor you and all these things, the reality is they put it on every phone like it's a utility. They put it on everything, your iPads, your everything, as if it's a utility, and then they corner you with this thing that you need. You know what I'm saying? You need it now. They get you to need it. And then they control what you can say on it and what you can't say.
Right.
You know? And it did start with like, I started noticing too, just like you, Red, like with the Patriot Act, 9/11, which is coming up.
Yep.
And knowing that it was the 20th anniversary of 9/11, I knew for a fact, one, I had this moment, something came over me, and I told my sister, listen, a building is going to fall. It was that condo in Miami. After that and everything, I also told her they're about to start talking about these Arab countries again. They did. You have to understand, we have real prophecy out here, especially when you have had the ability to actually live in such a way where you didn't have all this internet and all this stuff. You had visions and dreams. There are visionaries out here. So we had the ability to prove ourselves to ourselves.
Right. Yes.
Now, someone in the chat said by the name Duran something, but I was talking about it to my sister as well. The bottom line is that none of this was real to me until I was living in it right now. You have to imagine what I feel. I've been just stumped by it. To watch everything I thought would be actually occur. It's like a dream within a dream within a dream, like Inception. And now with this V and the Delta, that is absolutely like you were talking about. You know what? I recall you were talking about the brainwaves.
Yeah, theta.
But like in 2019 or something, or early 2020, before they were calling it all this.
Yeah, we did a lecture.
Gamma. Yeah, I watched it.
We did a theta wave lecture in Brooklyn at St. Francis with Brother Rich.
Absolutely.
Right.
And I thought about that. So I went looking, because Delta means multiple things in reality. It's the brain waves. It's a stage of sleep. There was something else that I saw that it could be related to. Was it fiber optics in some odd way? Don't ask me how I came upon that. That's just what I do. Like, it's like
get the downloads.
Trust yourself.
Right.
When there is something, when you're being pulled in a particular direction, everything that comes in contact with you every single day, even online, there's purpose to it. It's not just synchronicity. This entire thing has patterns. It's all fractals. It's all mathematics. They want to tell you it's a simulation, but the reality is it's more like they're trying to put you into a deeper sleep, into a simulation, layers deep. Because what they have going on here is the algorithms, the artificial intelligence. They have artificial intelligence blogging that takes place. It basically just scans the internet and everything to a degree, couples it with things. Exactly. And it's been doing that for a while. So it knows how to get your panties in a bunch.
Right.
It knows how to get people out there talking about, I can't breathe in the middle of a damn pandemic, when it actually might affect or pandemic, when it might affect your breathing. You know what I'm saying? Your blood, your respiratory, it's all connected. And you have to ask yourself, why was everybody, I know we care about these topics. We've been caring about this. Black people been dealing with the, what we call the popo, you know?
Right. It's not a new thing.
You know what I'm saying? Like this has been a thing. But the fact that on cue, they could get you to do what they want you to do, you should be alarmed by that. Especially because where's everybody now? Where's all the protesters now? When they trying to put something in your God-given body, in your body, in your God body, they're trying to put something that's experimental.
Oh,
I don't want
they
to talk too much about it.
They pushing for the Jabberwocky. The same people that was marching, they've been flipped. They the ones that are advocating to get jabbed up. That's them. They're the same ones who were riding for the election. You know,
you guys have talked about all of this too. That's why I'm here. I wouldn't be here otherwise, because I'm not the kind of person that does this.
Right. I appreciate
you know what I'm saying? I've been a person that in reality, I created a poetry forum back in the day. I was young myself. You need to understand I'm from that weird generation, being 43 or whatever. All this stuff happened in the middle of what was supposed to be the best part of our lives.
Facts.
Not only did I have one foot in this world and one foot out of this world my whole life, questioning and seeking the whole time, because just like, they had Neo saying something didn't feel right. It was always odd before this technology. You understand? That was created by military.
Sure. Definitely.
Everything always connects to military, from HARP, CERN,
DARPA.
They have energy direct weapons. My ear is ringing and has been ringing since 2020, ever since I talked about quantum computers on my IG. And I literally have a recording where it was actually external, where you could hear the ringing. It was very faint, but you could hear it. Wow. And it was bothering me so much. I complained about it. My sister even heard it. I have proof of all this. And at some point, I'm going to release that proof, because I've been documenting. I didn't want to say too much and be like, oh, look at me, look at me. I foresaw this, I foresaw that. I wanted to let the dust settle a little bit.
Right.
Because some of us, what we're trying to do is be in good health to the best of our ability. And even that has been under attack. And so that we could be the cleanup crew. You know? You understand what I'm saying? Yep. And I want all of y'all to stay as healthy as possible so you could be here to be the cleanup crew. Because things have to break and things have to end to begin again all the time. It happens all the time.
Right. I've been saying that. Anticipate the fall, Don't stand under it.
But it's not something you need to fear, because when you know who you are, look, you know?
Right.
You got to look back at you. You got to see you. And I don't mean visually. I mean, your consciousness has to stare back at itself. You're here. You exist. You understand?
Facts.
And we're interacting right now. And it's so eerie and dreamy, isn't it? So that's the thing. I want people, I know it sounds a little crazy, but the reality is we living in a time where there's been so much psychological abuse and so much confusion. And I see the youth, I see people so confused all over the place. You know what I mean? Right. And it is disheartening. But I do believe that there is still hope, but not the kind Obama talking about. But
right. Not that.
And so I'm just going on and on. But I have a lot to say.
Chat room appreciate you. We appreciate you. The artwork, once again, is mesmerizing. It make me want to do about 5 grams and just stand in front of it and basically let it talk to me.
And this ain't all of it. I'm trying to, I do digital work as well.
Okay.
But that's another thing I started doing. I sculpt a little bit.
Beautiful.
Now, but the thing is that, come on, man. What I did was share with people and certain things that they hadn't seen in such that way before. Then all of a sudden a domino affected, and then you see all this imagination and all this dopeness all over the place.
Right. Right. People out there want one of them paintings too. You got a lot of, you got a lot of prospects. Can they reach you on Instagram? Do you accept like the DMs and stuff? Sister Candy. Sister Candy. If you have mic, your mic might be muted. Let me see. I think she's going to get the digital art. Okay. Her stream, and maybe the connection, the same thing happened to Mrs. Poetic. She's back and whatnot. So I'm going to see if she taps back in. But your mic is muted. Your mic is on mute.
All right. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Definitely.
Yeah, it was glitch when Candy Acid Rain was just talking. It was kind of choppy.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes the signal.
I think it's getting a little
does
too
that
right now. I think.
Yeah, you know,
for the people. Right.
fiber optics and shit. Yeah. He's sending the sentinels.
Candy
But,
Acid Rain, I love the artwork and what the sister
man,
was just saying. Yay.
she was tapped in. She was tapped
I
in.
was
She
trying to get
reminded
back
me
to
of
these
Sophia.
zeros and ones real quick.
Okay.
Yes. Before I was cut off, trying to get back into these zeros and ones. I know it's a little choppy, so hopefully it'll catch up.
Okay.
Not making sense, but like I was saying, back in the day, I can't remember. We can go back to 2012, whatever have you. But all I know is that KTL, you know, this whole network, you, your brother, the groundwork, and all of the things when we talk about spiritual leaders, or you want to call them conscious leaders, whatever have you, idol worship and like that, appreciation and somebody about needing a hub. We need, it's real out.
It's definitely real.
Back and what that y'all being in the medical field, the stuff that's going on. I mean, I'm in my 30s and I have a 9-year-old.
Beautiful.
And to know that this is the genre. It really the future is for the children. It got to a point, and I did a video about the Robux, you know, for these video games. I'm like, hold on, we need to just go ahead and get her a Roblox stock. I was talking to my king, you know, me and my husband, we spoke about it. I was like, we can do that. We can get her to, because this is their generation. They love, you know what I'm saying, these video games and this other type of stuff. But she also is into these tech hubs, where you are robotics, where they're building, where they're teaching these kids at the age of 4-5 years old how to build a goddamn computer. Excuse my language.
Nah, you good. Like
how to put together from a motherboard. This
right. There's something called Raspberry Pi.
This is the evolution about being digitized.
Right. And I also, on the show, I talked about the Roblox stock. I was like, when it went public, I spoke to all of the parents and I was like, look, I mean, it's like, we don't have to sell it. You know, we missed out on Facebook and other things. It makes sense. Get the Roblox stock. You see how the children are glued to it. That means it ain't going nowhere. You know, get them the stocks for their birthday or for Christmas or Kwanzaa, whatever it may be. But they could ride that 20 years down the line and that it's gonna do something, you know. So definitely, I want to bring in another caller. We have a lot of people lined up and whatnot, and I just want to thank you for your contribution. You know what I mean, coming with that zeros and them ones. Yeah, we're gonna bring and for the zeros and one talk, I'm gonna prepare a plate for you. You know what I mean? We're gonna get a good lesson. We're gonna drop some knowledge. We're gonna do a teach on that. You know what I mean? We're gonna do a whole lesson on the algorithms on the binary code and also the quantum code. You know what I mean? Because that needs to be this audience, this network. We've been doing, you know, we've been teaching about it over the years, but it's time to revisit it. Definitely. But give thanks. Thank you for your yes indeed. All right.
So
you at work,
choppy,
you
but
say?
I'm hearing you, brother. It's chopping up right now.
It's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's all
I'm
good.
sorry.
You know. Now I said it's all good. You know, we shaking the pillars of the matrix, you know. We know how that goes.
Yes.
All right. Love and light,
peace,
sis.
and light. Thank
Love,
you.
peace, and light. All right. Peace. All right. Let's go ahead and bring on this brother Troy. Sister Candy, I see you. I'm gonna get with you in 1 minute. Peace, brother Troy. How's everything?
Hey, peace to the God. What's going on, brother Red? How you doing?
I can't. Man, I'm tapped in. I'm here. You look like where you at? You in Africa?
Bro,
the sun is out where you at. You on a whole
I
nother
know I'll
time
be out,
zone.
bro. It's almost 7 a.m. over here. I'm calling you from Saudi Arabia, bro. I'm the one who always taps in. I hit you up. Well, I travel a lot, bro. I've hit you when I was in Nigeria, when I was in Ghana. I met your brother Blue outside of the Hidden Colors premiere in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
I felt like an idiot because I was like, "Where's your brother Red?" He was like, "How am I supposed to know?" I was like, "That was the dumbest question I've ever asked, bro."
Don't worry, he gets that question every day.
I bet. My bad. First of all, you've been cooking like this past couple of weeks. So I'm just shouting you out, you know, giving the flowers while we're here. You've been on some lethal shit. I've been sending out your videos, you know, they get kind of lengthy for my friends in the States that are too busy, but I'll be like, all right, watch this 20 minute block here and let's discuss that. So appreciate that for real.
Appreciate you, man.
I got a question for you though. It's something that me and my friends have been talking about a little bit lately. Being that, you know, I'm just into my 40s. I know I think you're gonna be 45 this year, right?
A little more than that, but yeah, a little more than that.
My bad.
Nah, you good. I'm proud of that.
Out there. That being said, bro, we come from a age and a time of, you know, where divorce was more common than marriage. You know what I mean?
Right.
Being that I live currently in a different environment, you know, I'm not plugged into the same programs that people are in the States. I get to see a different aspect of things. Like, I don't know if you watched the Blood Brothers Netflix show with Malcolm and Muhammad Ali. Muhammad
did that
Ali
come
said
out
when
already?
When he was, bro, yeah,
that
today,
dropped
just today. Being that I'm, I'm hours ahead of you guys. Like
that's right.
It's tomorrow over here. Y'all still in yesterday.
That's right. That's right. So, that's the advantage you have.
Man. And I get to get up in the morning when I'm going to work, but I get to listen to, you know, I just finished listening to Malcolm and Black Dot.
Yeah, shout out to Malcolm and Dot, Urban X.
Batteries running low. Yeah, so I get to catch you guys in the morning. So you guys are all getting ready and winding down for bed, but I get to get you guys in the early morning. But Muhammad Ali said when he went to the Olympics and he was noticing, you know, there were no color lines and how relaxed everyone was and friendly. And then when he came back to the States, you know, even with the gold medal, you know what I'm saying, he walked into I think it was a coffee shop and he was like, we don't serve your kind here. He's sitting there with the USA jacket on and the gold medal. And these cats are like, nah, son, you know, it's not good enough. I guess at that point is when he went and shoved it into the river. That being said, I'm saying that to say that I'm in a country where divorce isn't as common for whatever reason it is. You know what I'm saying?
Won't they stone the woman?
Bro, I'm not in a country where you can get too wild with the lips. So I'm just gonna I'll let you guys do your own research on that.
Nah, I feel you.
Yeah. How are, you know, older people or people of the 80s generations that grew up, you know, I grew up with a single mother, my parents divorced or whatnot. How do you navigate the waters, You know what I'm saying? Or come together with a strategy in place. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, all right, I grew up with this modeled, you know, as far as, you know, what a man brings, what a woman brings. Because in the States, it seems like a lot of that is just getting blurred. You know what I mean? There's a gray area where, you know, if lines get crossed, you know, these women, step out in a minute. I don't mean step out in the cheating fashion. I mean, just leave. Like, I think it was Kevin Samuels that said that the majority of divorces are filed by women. Same with, you know, my mom. She was like, you know what? Nope. And so we don't always come to the table as man and woman with the same strategy or mindset when it comes to matching. You know what I mean? I was just looking for whatever insight you had on that. It's a different day and age nowadays. You know, I don't join any of the apps where you go to swipe left, swipe right. I mean,
Tinder,
some of the prettiest women could be the most devious ones.
Right. You know, man, great question. You know, I put a video on my on my Instagram today. There was an interview that Fat Man Scoop was having with a battle rapper, goes by the name of A Verb. And they also brought another sister on. It was like an IG live. And Fat Man Scoop is a DJ. He's a world-renowned DJ. And he was speaking about the quality of music that they play in a club that the women react to. He said that he can't really play J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar because they're not raunchy enough. And he said that the audience in the club or the discotheque, they react, especially the women, they react to music that is very degrading, hypersexualized. You know, you see the rise in the quote unquote female rappers of the last few years and whatnot. And we know from like Nicki Minaj, well, Little Kim and Foxy and on and whatnot. And we know what they're bringing in terms of their message and whatnot. But prior to them, we were inundated with 2 Live Crew. And then there was Sir Mix-a-Lot. And then there was NWA without Ice Cube. I always have to mention that because people don't give it that type of, you know, you have to reference that after he left, that's when they went into debauchery. And the fact that the culture is different, like my son is 13 and the conversations that my son has with my father and me is not the kind of conversations I was privy to have with my father and my grandfather. You feel me? The conversation that my daughter has with her mother and her grandmother and the things that she does is not what my younger sister was able to do around my stepmother and, you know, her grandmother, right? So with the change of the times is signify the change in the culture. The change in the culture is also going to signify the change of social society norms and whatnot. You know, there's a lot of stepping out. You know, one of the main reasons I heard that, I saw the same video that you saw with Kevin Samuels, and I think 2 of the main reasons of the step out, the women stepping out and filing for divorce, one is the financial reasons, and the other is infidelity, right? So like, you know, you had the proliferation of Viagra for the last 20 years. So like older men who were not hypersexualized at that age were becoming more sexualized. The culture went into hypersexualization from, like, I would say, the late 80s going on. Access to all type of, you know, whatever you want to see. You know what I mean? Whatever you want to tap into, you can tap into. The rise of the strip club culture, right? There are children who came up, you know, also in a society, you know, post 9/11, fear, you know what I mean? All kind of repression and things like that. You know, they were introduced to sex education through, you know, the pornography channels. You know what I'm talking about? And coupled with the way that the culture was gearing us and grooming us on how to look at women and how to look at women as objects of desire and conquest, you know, a lot of shit was in the way of that ring. You know, we didn't have a lot of role models that were out here telling us, yo, stick with your woman for 40 years, 50 years, 60 years.
Yep.
That was like old grandparents. Yo, the 50th anniversary. And that was so far removed from what we was on. We was like, nigga, you know what I mean? Like, nigga, you been in jail that long? You know what I'm saying? Like, we didn't see it as something to you know, mimic and whatnot. We trying to figure out how many bodies we could catch. So well, I always go back to the dysfunction of the culture of these generations. If you are managing to dodge, like how the Matrix, how he was dodging the bullets, bending backwards and whatnot. If you are in a loving relationship and you are one of those people who swim through the sludge of the culture and you manage not to get dirty and it doesn't influence you and it's not pulling you in different directions, you a bad mother effer. You know what I mean? You're very strong-willed. You know, the crack era, you know what I'm saying? That whole thing about the crack era, that was just that was a huge crack in the structure that was being designed prior to it. And I would say the whole thing about it started with like the heroin and whatnot. The way that black women were debased, you know, for the whole world to see. And it's only been going downward from there, you know? So it's a lot going on. But in the midst of all of that, I have examples of some strong black women and men who have managed to stay together and to maintain their finances and to maintain loyalty, right? And to maintain happiness and to rear and groom some beautiful children, put them through college and a lot of things. Like it's not an anomaly, right? But because it's not celebrated, you know, we don't get the Huxtable, you know, we don't get the Huxtable family motif anymore. They disrupted that with they disrupted the Huxtables with love and marriage,
Married with children.
Married with children. And after they disrupted that, you saw that they began to completely remove that from our psyches. So, you know, the programming, it doesn't promote it. A lot of people was getting together because of religion. Yo, Jesus said I'm supposed to get married before I skeet. You know what I mean? Jesus or Allah, you know. And because we live in the Aquarian age and that's been disrupted, you know, it doesn't hold that much weight and things of that nature. We running around calling the mothers of our children baby mothers, right? I was just having this conversation when I was in Texas. And I was like, I don't got baby mothers. I have mothers to my children. And, you know, each one of those mothers are respected and loved. You know what I'm talking about? And they're essential.
Yeah.
It's not a baby mama. Like, that's a derogatory term. And when you put that on a woman, she feels ashamed. It's a shaming term. But if you was like, this is the mother of my child, the mother of my son, the mother of my daughter, you know what I mean? I'm the father. You know, we're parents. You know, that's a little more, that's not, there's nothing shameful about that. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You know, if we have children and it's more than one woman who birthed these children, there's nothing to be ashamed of, you know. To be honest with you, we should celebrate that. It should be celebrated. You know,
to go along
but
with
it's
that,
all about intention.
Like I was, I hear you. What I was going to say to add on to that is when I started, it wasn't until I started traveling and I was seeing how other cultures meshed, how they made it work how they prioritize things, and to be in countries that had more marriages that were together than weren't. And what's crazy is, like, I'm a teacher, right? So I taught in the States, I've taught in Korea, I taught in Spain, I'm teaching here in Saudi. The what's the word? Displacement? No, the temperament. There we go. The temperament of the children who have both parents in the house. It's ridiculous how much more calmer they are, especially being here. Because over here they teach, for the most part, the sexes are separate. Like, I teach all boys. You know, a woman coming here will teach all girls, and I'm teaching university level students. Just the most respectful, calm. I mean, they could speak about both their parents. They could run something by their pops and then turn around and run something by their moms and get both insights, rather, you know, than having to reach out onto the phone and get a hold of someone over here and over there. It just, I can see the difference in having
Keep in mind
in the household. And
I don't mean to cut your wisdom, but you're in societies and cultures that have not been displaced and disrupted, right? They have not been upended, and there's not necessarily that much of a foreign occupation in those lands. Keep in mind, when we were living on indigenous terms in the Americas, right, where the matriarch was running shit, right? The matriarch was running things. Mama, right? They call it dragon. It was more structure, right? It was way more structure. Okay. We were following some of the same tenets. We were following some of this. They were arranged marriages, not to where you just throwing people together. They were basing it on the charts. They were basing it on readings and divinations and whatnot. They were basing it on the fact that, you know, the fathers were best friends and things of that nature. There was some type of you know, there was some type of quote unquote structure. But when you go into these places where the Holy See and other people have taken over, this is where the dysfunction is showing itself. You dig what I'm saying? And when you go in places where the culture has been robbed, and we're living, and they're giving us this Roman antics and whatnot, and this westernized culture to live like John Wayne or Clark Gable and whatnot, we see that it doesn't work for us in the long run, because ain't about that. That's not what, you know, that don't work for us.
To go along with that, one of the reasons why I came to this country years ago, bro, when you came here, there were no visas for anyone from outside of the country. So they had a very tight grip on, you know, who was allowed in, what was allowed in. So that completely, you know,
like China
goes along with exactly what you were saying.
Yeah, like China, right? Where they built the wall.
I got friends over there.
The Muslim countries before the whole thing with the, you know, the oil and things like that. They were you know, the African nations before they were colonized and whatnot. They were protecting their culture, and at the end of the day, the quote unquote prize of any war is the woman. She's the booty of war, right? So they have you know, somewhat coerced our people to have dysfunction amongst our people. We could even target when the disruption started in our Black community. It was during there was a report that was put out called a Moynihan report, right? And then they came with something called Great Society, where they rolled out the quote unquote welfare and some of these other government programs, and then they started to disrupt the quote unquote Black family because of the strength that we had when we were rising up during civil rights and other things. This was a plan. It's on paper. You know what I mean? It's an actual plan. The small hats taking over the entertainment industry and whatnot, and not giving us images and visuals of strong families and whatnot, family structures, but giving us slave porn, pushing the narrative of the woman, you know, or the Black man not being able to protect his family and all of that. That shit has, you know, it has its quote unquote effects. Superfly, when they push pimp culture on us and through Black exploitation, that had an effect. crack culture, when we degraded our mothers, our aunts, the black women, there was never a time where black women would sell their children for a narcotic. That began to happen wholesale. You had teenagers sleeping with grandmothers and older women and whatnot. They were desecrating the womb for materialism. This just it spread state to state to state to state. Then Snoop and them said, we don't love these hoes, and all kind of other things started happening. So this is a confused society, and confusion is the order of the day. You know what I mean? So for those who have made it out of the confusion and have clear heads, you are the cream of the crop. It is not easy. Henceforth, while you have the Taliban implementing Sharia law and other people, they're like, no, get Nickelodeon out of here, get McDonald's out of here, get all of the westernized trappings out of our circumference. That's what China did. That's what a lot of people were attempting to do to restore the order.
That's definitely, I hear you, bro. It's that program is deep, and I mean, I salute anyone who's able to navigate those waters, and I'll make things work, because it does go deep.
Definitely, King. Well, I appreciate you. Please keep tapping in.
I appreciate your time, Red.
Right. Tell the family across the pond that we said salute. You know what I mean? And stay safe out there.
For sure. Take care, Red.
Yes. All right. Let me tap in with my brother Tizo. Peace, Tizo. What's good, my bro?
Peace, King.
Peace, King. How's everything?
You know, everything's going well. How about you, brother?
Can't complain. You know.
Indeed. Well, I just want to make it quick because I got school in the morning, you know. But, you know, in a time where, you know, obesity is at a high number because technology, we inside more things of that nature, we need to get our physical bodies right. So, you know, I've been in the fitness for about 2 years now.
Dope.
And I decided to bring service to the people. I'm currently doing custom workout plans for the people at an affordable price. If you have a budget, you could give me a certain budget and I'll work with you. You know, I'm gonna get you right. I got meal plan packages, workout plan packages. I can give you all the workouts I do, you know, things of that nature. We need to also working out builds your immune system. So we need to build our immune system in that aspect as well. And we know, you know, a lot of people realize now that anything can happen. You know, the world is crazy. 2020 showed us a lot. So we need to always be prepared. Like you told me last time we built that, we need to train always. So if you haven't once get your physical body right, if you want to get in shape, I'm helping a client burn baby fat, you know, right now. I'm helping someone, you know, burn fat and build muscle, helping someone, you know, skinny. I was skinny, scrawny, and now I'm up there now.
Up there. So. Look, I got the COVID belly. You know what I'm talking about?
Hey, get with me. I get you right.
I was in the pool the other day with the COVID belly.
Indeed, but you know that's I just wanted to come in and let the people know that, you know, I have that service available to the people. You know, I'm trying to get us. Well, I'm not trying. I'm getting us right. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Drop your link so the fam could tap in with you. Put it in the chat room, and I'll throw it on the. I'll throw it up here on the thing. What city are you in, King?
I'm originally from New Orleans, but now I'm in Katy, Texas.
Okay, Katy Pop.
So Tizo Shabazz, that's my Instagram and my email. You can hit me on either one. I'll get back with you as soon as possible.
Right.
Yeah, and you know, we go connect. We go stay connected. I'm gonna keep you updated. You know what I'm saying? We go talk, and I'm gonna guide y'all through. I'm not just gonna give y'all a plan and then leave y'all. I'm gonna go guide y'all through the process. Y'all can hit me up anytime. Things of that nature. You know. It's a family thing, you know. I'm trying to bring the best service to the people as possible, because at the end of the day, that's the goal, is to bring the best service.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed, man. So family, y'all hear that? Health is wealth. It's definitely about, you know, getting your immune up, getting your weight up, getting your body up, you know what I mean? Just preparing for the inevitable. So tap in with the young God, and yeah, definitely support what he's doing, man.
Dude, well, that's all. You know, I got school in the morning, so appreciate you for letting me come in and bring this service to the people, brother.
You
Keep doing
already,
what you're
man.
doing. Salute.
You already. Peace, King.
Peace.
Peace. All right. Sister Candy, we're going to tap back in with you before we end the stream. So I'm bringing you in right now.
Boom.
Peace.
Peace. I've been
Peace,
seeing
peace.
these nines a lot lately. 911,
Yeah.
911, 919. That's another thing. I had this clock for the longest time. It's actually been with me. I'm just storytelling. What is this, show and tell? But I had this clock for such a long time, and I kept it. And it I always have to change it and get it right because
Right.
it doesn't match the digital.
Right.
It's plugged into the wall.
It's
you know.
Got his own. It's on his own frequency.
It's on its own frequency, but I'm always trying to make it match all the time. But yeah, I don't know. I just didn't want to dip out the way I did like that, you know?
Yeah, that's why I was like, I already knew what was going on.
I don't even know what the last thing was said. All I know is that suddenly my battery just started draining like rapidly.
Right.
And I didn't notice it. And then my whole phone died. It just went black on me. And I was like, what?
On you, right? Yeah, it'd be like that.
Can't talk too much.
It happens. You know, we were tapping in. I was asking about we will have people inquiring about contacting you. Of course, you're in the chat, so you'll see it. And,
I'm not in the YouTube right now.
Okay.
Because of the battery situation, but I will check it though. I will check. The thing is that a lot of things have been happening and it's been overwhelming. What I was really trying to express to your audience, I'm so glad that I'm here to talk to you with all of you right now. Let me just say that. I hope you can hear me well. But
great.
I've been riding with y'all the whole time for some years now. I've been in the chat. I've been amazed by the synchronicity, I don't even like calling it that word. It was just like, I could be thinking about something. I kid you not, I was sitting on the toilet of all places and I was thinking about quantum mind. I go online and y'all started saying quantum mind.
Well, you know, A alike, B alike, C alike.
And who knows when you were actually thinking it? That's just when you went online and said it out your mouth. Right. We could have been thinking about it at the same time. You know, we really don't know. So I just been peeping game and looking at all these patterns from the predictive.
Right. I kind of fall into a trance, like a walking meditation. And, you know, I get inspired. You know what I mean? There's an intuition that I'm tapped into. And when I get truly inspired, it's almost like I know that it's a connection, like a node. Like when you see the nodes that are connected, like on the internet, the master node is connected to the different.
No, you feel it. You can sense it. Absolutely.
Sense it, right? You could feel a connect. It's almost like a
web.
know
it's important. And it's like you're listening to something within. I don't even know about, I wouldn't call it necessarily just intuition. It's just, you know.
You tapped in.
Here's the crazy part about it, though. And this is why I want to say this to younger people, because sometimes, you know, I don't have children. So sometimes I feel like, am I thinking about younger people enough? You know what I'm saying? I don't think I do. You know, I just be like, ooh, I don't know what's wrong with y'all. And then I go about but, you know, but I do see a lot of amazing things inside of these younger people. But what I want them to know is to, to trust yourself a little bit more. It's a different aspect of the self, though. It's not, I don't want you to disconnect from your ego. I just want you to know what aspect of you is your ego. Give it what it needs. People out here with this new age stuff, they're always talking about getting rid of the ego. That's not it. I'm going to keep it 100. That ain't it. They're lying to you.
Right.
And actually, that is actually a gateway to delusional thinking, unwillingness to face a truth you don't like, to hear a truth you don't like, all kinds of things. You're disconnected from the whole of yourself because you are like that Holy Trinity in a way. You understand? The higher self, the ego, spirit, you know?
Right.
So you are that Holy Ghost. You know what I mean? You are that Holy Trinity.
That's a fact.
So all of that has to be aware of itself. All of it. You know, when you're operating through the ego, and you could be like, you know, and you could play with that. You could appease it in a way that's healthy. Keep it healthy.
Right.
Just keep it healthy. The problem is the ego will get unhealthy, okay, when you're only operating through that, for one.
Right.
And you're unaware of the higher self.
I've seen in this community, I've seen egos get bruised through debates or losses of debates, and, you know, being embarrassed on camera and things of that nature. I've seen people turn completely dark. You know what I mean? I've seen people actually enact revenge on the network or the community based off of their ego taking a hit.
Right. Being vengeful and stuff.
Being very vengeful, you know, going from being loving the community to actually getting the community back because their ego got bruised. So they, you know what I mean?
It's about desire. It's because it's like, that's why I'm talking about appeasing the ego in a healthy manner. Yes. And creativity does actually help that, because you could flex.
That's right.
You can flex. You know what I'm saying? And you can flex with yourself in a way that is like a form of self-love. You begin to actually be like, oh shit, I'm capable of that. I didn't know that. I could freehand that. You know, those things that it don't have to just be painting, obviously.
Right.
You know, I use all forms of creativity, from writing, music, singing, rapping, you know, whatever.
You're an artist. You tapped into
all of the above.
Right.
It's just about that freedom of expression. Because I remember when, I don't want to, you know, I'm going into various subjects. It's hard to keep track, but there's so much to be said. When I was a little girl, whatever, it's not that I thought that I was good at any of this stuff.
Right.
And I need people to understand that too. These people that say, oh, I can't do that. I'm not, it's not you. Good comes later.
Right.
Good comes later. You have to do it because you are trying to have an experience with your damn self, with yourself, with your higher self, with all the dark aspects of yourself, the light aspect, whatever, if you want to use those terms, you know, that the binary thinking, but, you know, with every aspect of yourself, the truth. You know, what you want, what you don't want, what you're afraid of, what makes you sad, what makes you happy, all those, you know, so you can express the aspects of yourself. And then you can also go into a zone where you're tapping into something, and it's almost like automatic writing or something.
Right.
You could let it free flow.
It's the flow state.
And don't be afraid of tainting that white paper with your black ink. You know what I'm saying? Don't be afraid of just scribbling. It doesn't have to make sense to nobody. It's just you.
Right.
It's just you with you. And see, that's the experience that we're missing now, because with the internet and everything, everybody thinks that's going to make its way to the internet, and everybody got to see it and know about it. So it makes it even worse. That fear already exists, but it makes it what those people with the ego, though, what it goes back into is that they're just insecure about who they are. They haven't proven themselves to themselves yet.
Facts.
And then they're looking for a community and everything else to do that. They're looking for all of y'all out there. You looking for somebody to be your shero or your hero or whatever, your savior. You know, someone like Red Pill is here to just deliver, you know, his journey, his opinions, his wisdom, his prophecy, his insight, his coolness, all that shit. You know, he's just coming from his authentic self, from his place.
Right.
That is just meant to be an example for you to do the same.
Right.
For you to do the same. And we're flawed, and that's okay. We're not perfect,
we're
and that's okay.
Flawed.
Exactly.
You know? And I mentioned,
the community.
Hold on real quick. I was saying that Basquiat's artwork, right? Basquiat's artwork, because when you brought up the canvas and the black paint, I was like, yo, I understand fully what you mean, because I was studying Basquiat recently, and I was like, yo, I'm such a draw inside of the lines kind of person when I'm in my ego. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm a trained artist, so I have to break that in order to draw outside the lines. And when I see Basquiat's art, I'm like, yo, even though he was on dope and shit, I'm like, he was tapped in, and he was, you know, I love the way I love the feeling that I get when I go through his work, and when I see it, it speaks to me, and it's like it's chaos magic, you know, it's
And it's
chaos
funny.
magic.
I have some pieces that remind me of something like that, especially when I was younger, because there's something about when you're, you know, not, the world hasn't gotten to you yet. You know what I'm saying? Like you really are as free as you're going to be then. Right? But so I do have some works that are like that. And I know an artist who passed away, who was like that. What you just got to do for you specifically is don't think about sharing it with anybody at first.
Right.
And what it can be and all this other stuff. You might even want to create an entirely other page or something for it.
No doubt.
You don't have to. I mean, because you could share it on both. It doesn't make a difference. It's yours, you know. But you could create something else. Going ahead and buy the canvas and the paint. Look into. I could give you some information that can make it a little bit easier, depending on if a lot of these are oil paintings. Some of them is acrylic, but even this is an oil painting, believe it or not.
Dope. Yeah, I'm into oil and acrylic, but oil mostly.
So, like the blank canvas is sitting there and everything, and it's intimidating. It always is. For me, every time I sit down to paint, I have that feeling. That needs to be known.
Yes.
If somebody just acts like, that is something that's always there. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I'm gonna mess this up. Oh, I don't want to. Oh, this, that. You have to breathe in that moment, and then you just have to go for it. Right. In the beginning, I would say just have fun.
Definitely.
If you got emotions and things inside of you, even the ones that are ugly to someone else, you got all these things to say. You got numbers and things. You have words popping out into your mind. Yes, attack it like that, with those kinds of things that come to your mind. If the word know the ledge, know the ledge come to your mind, you can put no, and then, in there, you know what I'm saying? And then you put everything else, like you already have a brilliant mind.
Right.
So when it comes to the art and everything, you need the right tools. You want to get the right kind of paint and stuff like that. And even if you don't have it, there's people who they did something in crayon and it'll be worth a lot of money later, because it's the respect for your mind that people have.
Right.
You could put a lot of your thoughts, your ideas, your prophecy, the way you see the world, your experiences, when you came into consciousness, your mistakes. You could put all that in your work, encode it. It's not about everybody else understanding it. You want something that I think what you're talking about is something that people have to decipher. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to worry about being perfect and everything like that. Right. As a matter of fact, you could start off with something like that, where you lay down a background, and then on top of that, you're just putting down a lot of the colors that are coming to you, whatever scribbles and ideas, words, numbers, whatever is coming to you. You know what I'm saying? Mathematics, whatever, equations, grids, you know what I'm saying? Whatever is coming to you, you could put that as a background. And if you wanted something to be a little bit more perfect on the foreground, you let that dry, and then you could actually probably sketch in something with charcoal or something like that on top of it. And then you could actually go in on top of an acrylic background that dries fast with oil paint with something that's more like portraiture or something in the foreground. So you can actually merge both those concepts of the freedom and, you know what I'm saying, and something more structured. You could put that together if you want to, you know, or you can have some pieces that's separate. The thing of it is just to actually just don't think about no audience, nobody else, what nobody else ever did in life.
Right.
Not even Basquiat.
Right.
For real, for real. I mean, you know, I watch those documentaries and it's inspiring, and I might want to do that, but that ain't what happened.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
You tapped
So
into
you
your
have
own
to,
style.
yeah. So what
Your
happens is
originality.
you being you and being unafraid of being something that's too different, that's going to be judged, something that don't make sense to something, because none of this made sense until it did.
Right.
And now, you know, quarantine and all this, it didn't make sense until it did. If you had all this other prophecy, all this other stuff that's just coming to you, what makes you think it ain't going to come to you when you creating? Of course it is. It's going to come to you no matter what you do. So you just got to let it happen. Because the more you try to force it, and I'm okay. I know a lot of people do that and their work is exceptional. You know what I'm saying? But there's something about the work. True people who, I mean, the people who really love art, they really love to know that you embedded yourself into that. That you embedded your energy into that. And that it wasn't just like, you could sometimes feel.
You could feel it, yeah. Or it comes off the canvas. You know.
And more so than that, being an artist, the funny thing about it is you're always trying to create some masterpiece inside of your head. You've never done it and you never do it. Right. You need to know that.
That's the
There's always going to be something better inside that you think that you could do, would do, should do. And it's just always like dangling the carrot in front of your face. And that's what keeps you actually continuously doing it, though. Is that you can never truly achieve it.
That's right.
So all you got to do is do it.
Just do it.
And do it alone without no judgment. When I first, the thing of the matter is, I remember when I was younger, I had a cousin who told me, she was like, that's too dark. Something I did when I was younger. You know, you could be good, but, you know, I got an F from this teacher. I'm talking too long. I got an F from this teacher who she really liked flowers and pastel. You know what I'm saying? And I did this extremely, oh my God, where is that piece? I need to find it for you. I don't think I can. This might die on. Oh, it's something. It's just this stupid thing that is a collage. I got it. Ooh, it was meant to be. I'm so happy. I don't know if it's too dark to see this thing, but it was this collage she told us to do. And what I did was something not like flower petals and pastel, you see.
Right, the opposite of that.
And it was 98. It was before they had this mad cow disease.
Oh, yeah.
I have.
Wow, let me see the towers.
Exactly. It was before. It's 98.
I know. Let me see the towers. Oh.
It was my attempt. I was using National Geographics and whatever I could find.
Right.
You know, I didn't. 98. Money over baby. That's a cross. It's hard to make out. I don't know how well people could see this. That's a skull.
Yeah, they
and
can see.
And this is the plane.
Right.
It's the plane. Wow, we got 9/11 coming up.
Tapped in.
We're not lying to you.
Tapped
As
in.
a matter of fact, it's deeper than you know. So
she gave
we
me
hold it back.
That?
I'm gonna keep it. She gave me an F. I told her ass off after the class. With tears in my eyes. And she changed the grade and I dropped out of the damn class and I never went back. It was just community college in Hayward, California.
That's right. She was getting in your way.
I dropped out. Never went back to that again. Never. But you know, all this prophecy, she gave prophecy an F. I give it an F too, bitch. This is some crazy shit that we done been through.
I give it an F
I
for
give it.
fire.
I give this whole damn world an F.
That's an F for fuego. But look, I don't want to cut your wisdom, but we're gonna
I'm
have
sorry,
to.
y'all.
Yeah, nah, it's all gravy. We're gonna bring you back. We're definitely gonna bring you
We
back.
were talking about something, and then I went left. I apologize. Here we go. Let's
It's
end it at
okay.
9:39.
Right, definitely. Yeah, we going on to the 4-hour mark. Everybody that been sending support, I appreciate everyone on the Cash App. I'm gonna read your names out. That's only right.
After my AMC, after AMC finished doing what it's doing, I'm gonna hit the Cash App.
That's beautiful. Please, can you give the family some information? Because there's a bunch of people that want to reach out to you. If you are,
right now I'm in a bit of a gestation period.
Right.
Actually, well, what did I do? I did this at the beginning of 2020, I think, because I knew everything was about to be about the economy. It's the flower of life. So for me, I was thinking the gold standard.
Facts.
Cool materials like this is another thing. Mica powder. Forgive the fact that, it's kind of like blood diamonds in the art world, but sorry. Because but anyway, mica powder, if you look it up, you'll understand what I'm saying.
Right.
But what was I trying to say? Yeah. The economy and everything like that. I could foresee that it was going to be all about this crypto, all about this stock market, coming up.
Yes.
And that came through in the art. And that's all just from you get this feeling.
Channel.
Yeah, you get a feel. And to be honest, I really don't paint my dreams because this is just like what I call my third eye plan. That's when you just sit there and you just let things come forth in that moment. But I haven't really sat down and tried to actually depict some of the dreams that, except for certain things that came through with someone being blue like that. And you see that being used a lot. That was before Avatar, that movie and stuff like that came out.
Right. Is that your IG
my information is at Candy Acid Rain. It's out on IG. It was on my Facebook. I haven't been updating it. It's on Twitter. I have some old time-lapse videos on YouTube. I have a lot of footage, a lot of work, a lot of documentation that I just haven't put online. And I do have candyacidrain.com, but that is also something that's on hold right now. So I'm not really here to promote selling the work right now, but because I'm invested, in the stock market right now. And my computer, I be having technical issues ever since. It's like the phone issue.
Right.
No matter how many SD cards I get and how much space I make, my phone just keeps on swallowing up space no matter what. I do document a lot, but it doesn't make sense. Just the way my phone just died on y'all like that. My computer had a problem. So a lot of tech issues has been a little bit of a setback, but I will, you could follow me on those places and I will be returning with my online store.
For the family out there, if there's somebody that works at Samsung or Apple, let's go ahead and give her that 250 megabytes. You know what I'm saying? 250, 256. Help her out. We got a network.
I have Cash App. It's the same name.
Same name.
But I'm not here begging. I ain't.
Not at all. They're asking before you even say anything. They wanna gift you for your contribution. You definitely were giving us food for thought. And
I hope so, because it's hard for me to actually there's a lot of thoughts running through my mind right now, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not used to being live on this thing, and it's a little bit awkward for me.
It's all good.
But at the same time, I appreciate everybody out there for saying that you appreciate what I'm saying and the work and stuff like that.
Indeed.
And oh my gosh, there is something I did want to say though. Oh, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but y'all, I'm gonna say something to you real
Okay.
quick. Do you mind? I
Go
have this
ahead.
old poem that I did back in like 2000 and I don't know 3 or 5 or something like that called "Halt,"
Okay.
because with all these things being convoluted like it is all over and we're always on the internet, and I do appreciate being able to come here and listen to you specifically, but I pick what I pay attention to wisely. You know what
Right.
I'm saying, y'all? So this is the place to be. This has been the place to be. You know.
Factory.
I don't know. I've seen. And trust me, I've been listening to a lot of people on the side, not really interacting with them. I already said to myself that I didn't really want to. So this is the place to be. Gather around.
No doubt.
No offense to nobody else, but we're living in time of prophecy and everything, and these brothers have been on point. As a woman and everything, I do have the emotional intelligence, real heavy, as you probably can hear. But they have something I don't have, so I am here for something too. You know,
Indeed.
I've learned a lot as well. You know, you never stop learning. You never so this, that, or the other that you can't learn from somebody else. You know.
Right.
So
You gotta always remain open to receive until the last day.
and you can apply it to what you already feel and what you can discern and make out, you know.
Facts.
So I want to tell y'all, this ain't the best poem in the world, but it's simple.
Yeah,
Halt.
do your thing.
Halt. Don't exist like frantic mice in a complex maze. Bellow out, peering soul. Let freedom be your whimsy. Peace. Because there are people stressed, people everywhere going nowhere, nowhere. It's vital to know where you are going so fast. Anxious. Lost one. Avoid fear-induced haze. Never carry yesterday. Live tomorrow. Sleep in the muddled now. Lost ones are going nowhere, nowhere you're going, lost one. Know why you are moving so fast. Clarity thrives where there is no stock in yesterday and no life in tomorrow. Live. There are folks disoriented and zooming black cars, watching flash in red, copper, yellow, gold, green paper, platinum lights, clocking in as concrete morphs into quicksand, going towards the halt. How do I get nowhere? Because I have to get nowhere fast. I have a bale-like carcass strapped to my rear, weighing the essence into the ground. And earth, don't fret, lost ones have your back. Non-reciprocal world, self-serving humanity. Lost ones are super, going nowhere, and taking all with them on a cracking verve. Fast, with piles heap high, with loads of care, painstaking enormities of feel, think more than the share. Who will, what will, when, how, where, and it hurts dreadfully to tote everyone and everything. But they are super empathy, cape waving in tumultuous winds, stacked on a breaking spine, nape of a fragile soul, and there is wreckage beneath the skin that moves faster than the spirit. Is that okay? Not my best one.
That was lovely.
Hey,
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I just heard you fire it up.
Yeah, don't do that. Get shot.
Hey,
21 guns.
I'm about to stop being so. There's
Yes,
another
don't be so
aspect of me.
critical.
I'm a Gemini.
Okay.
So you know.
Yeah, I feel you. It's all good. You know what Erica Badu
Juneteenth
said?
is actually my birthday, y'all.
Salute for that.
Figure that.
Erica said, "I'm an artist. I'm sensitive about my shit." So we understand how that is. I'm very sensitive when it comes to my art as well.
But this is so old. I haven't read it in forever, and something pulled me to do specifically that one. It's not even my best. I kid you not.
It's all good. Not. It's your best for tonight. So I appreciate that.
I just have to say that so that
yes,
don't box me in. But peace, everybody, and I really loved being here and talking to you, Red.
Likewise.
And talking to your audience.
Indeed. Peace and love. All right.
Bye-bye.
No doubt. Mwah. All right. Yes. That was it right there. I'm gonna leave it on that high note. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing more that we need to say. Let me give a shout out to all of the contributors, the people who, pay homage and, tapped into that Cash App. Sister Lisa, TV, Anthony, Margins, I appreciate you. Tizo, I appreciate you. Christopher, Lynn, A. Allen, National Black Treasury, Luana, Joshua, Wayne's World, Caroline, I'm sorry, Dwayne. All of y'all are appreciated. I want to say thank you for supporting. We have 4 hours tonight of some very powerful information. Once again, the email right here. This is for the family that wants to tap in and get the lectures or the workshops that were done that are dealing with solutions for the brothers and sisters that are being faced with job termination or decisions that you may have to make in the next few months, dealing with providing for oneself and your family and loved ones. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't, it's nothing to worry about. We're not going to live in no type of fear, or are we going to live in lack? We're here to strive and thrive. So these are available for you. Like I said, in the next 12 hours, I'm feeling very generous. Hit me on that email and let me know what it is that you are looking for, and we'll take it from there. All right. So that's what it is. And I heard some people in the comments talking about the conscious community and how it's dead and all of this fugazi malarkey. No, it's dying. The people who are dying, you know what I mean? They it's the ones who are dying and falling, are the ones who are not going to make it to the next phase of this. Unfortunately, you would make yourself look very foolish. And you also shoot yourself in the mouth and the foot if you were to paint the whole community or network with that brush of people who you see. You know what I'm saying? Pay attention. Look within. Utilize the art of discernment. People are falling because they're not built to make it to where we're going collectively. You understand? Don't fall for the propaganda. And if you watch somebody that's mad goofy, it's only going to make you more goofier. You know what I mean? Turn that shit off. So with that being said, I'm going to leave it with some music. 24 hours. It's only right. You know what I mean? Shout out to Cam Bada. Shout out to Brother Rich. We did this song before the pandemic. We did this song before people had 24 hours to live and they were faced with that reality. You know what I'm saying?
With Kajabi, it's easy to take the knowledge you already have and turn it into a profitable online course.
That's just being on point. You know what I mean?
Everything I need
being
to
tapped in. All right. Yeah. Let that shit ride out. You know what I'm talking about? Hey.
All I got is 24 hours. Live and die in 24 hours. When it's really age, with the same day looping in the phase of just 24 hours. If your neighbor does more with the same 24, gotta ask yourself, what is your power? Are you living for the struggle or honor? Should've make a nigga summon forefathers. I'm just thankful that my mother brought Bada. Should've brung a double dozen more flowers. Uppers or downers, blood of pure sour. Smoking through my last 24 hours. Same sun and moon, tug of war drama. Feel the tears look above and saw showers. I just wish I had 100 more hours. God's generous, but 24's modest. What we got a budget for? Can I borrow some of yours? Spend it quick as $24. Gone faster than my mother's warm chowder. I could feel a tender love and pure power. Here's 24, her 24, there 24, wish 24 hours. Would you trade your money for hours? Trade your hours for a couple more commas. First you see the dark and then you see the light. Then you see the day and then you see the night. I'm just narrating what I see inside. Think of my creator, I can read it right. Stumbled on my path, I think I need a ride. Struggle in the sadness, bring my evil side. Swallowing my ego when I eat my pride. Fighting to the end until I see the prize. All I got is day and night. Right? Night is dark, day is light. I say good morning, then I say good night. Day and night, my only options in the game of life. Play the dice. You lose them both if you don't pay the price. Night is black and day is white. Kind of racial right. Sundial, it's made of ice like a glacier might. Calibrated the way I like. Count the 24-hour hand. Rotated twice. Day of change tonight. Mother Nature and Father Time had a baby and they named it Christ. They only son, I hope they raise him right. Daughter told, her name is Luna, but they ain't alike when sun is down. You see her rising to her greatest height. Feel like E.T. on his flying, levitating bike. You see my shadow on the moon, cause I was taking flight. Living like I made a shine. Yeah. First you see the dark and then you see the light. Then you see the day and then you see the night. I'm just narrating what I say aside. Think of my creator, I can read it right. Yeah. Stumble on my path, I think I need a ride. Yeah. Struggling in sadness, bring my evil side. Swallowing my ego when I eat my pride. Fighting to the end until I see the pride. I'll be mad if you ain't at my wake. In a race, blasting faith and some pasta mace. Throwing bricks, wrapped in mask and tape. Take me from the 5th down to Astor Place. Let me see the grin on the bastard's face. I'm coming from the kin of the master race. Next to Nipsey in the master's race. I know the code, so I crack the safe. Bury me with Sadie in his casket late. And we own her, so our master safe. Bury me in polo with a gat on waist. Victory is sweet, I need the aftertaste. First you see the dark and then you see the light. Then you see the day and then you see the night. I'm just narrating what I see inside. Think of my creator, I can read it right. Stumble on my path, I think I need a ride. Struggling in sadness, bring my evil side. Swallowing my ego when I eat my pride. Fighting to the end until I see the pride.